millions check into hotels each year, some check into another dimension.
Whatever was in that bed, it was not human.
That was a threat. Someone's trying to kill me.
There's an actual ghost. Right there, stood before me.
I just didn't realize how bad of a spirit she was.
When the experiences of thousands are contained within a single building, the laws of space and time are changed. Past invades the present, and fears turn to reality. Many believe that the reason some have dark encounters with the spirit world is because they've been marked by a past experience. Early in life, they were touched by evil. But in Northeast Texas, home of the historic Jefferson Hotel, new owners Jeremy Jones and his wife Pam are far too busy living out their dream to worry about the past.
I was an engineer for about 10 years. The hotel, and when it came up for sale, we were just blown away and we wanted to jump in and purchase it.
We looked at each other and said, oh my gosh, it's for sale. We should do it.
Built in the 1850s, the building has survived a civil war, emancipation, prohibition, and the Great Depression.
It was a brothel, a skating rink, a cotton warehouse, and an orphanage.
For more than a century and a half, it's also been home to acts of extreme violence and tragedy.
There's been murders, hangings, suicides, things like that. Room 19, this is where the bride hung herself in 1912. These are all major key points of why I think there's so much paranormal activity.
But instead of driving them away, the Jeffersons' haunted reputation is what drew them to buy the place.
We've stayed there several times, and so we knew that there was a lot of activity.
There's a variety of spirits, and they're all said to be positive spirits. It's my dream to have sort of a paranormal playground, a place where people have positive experiences with the spirits in the place.
The first order of business
See that up there? Yep.
is assessing the need for any minor repairs.
We're trying to figure out what we need to do to get the place open.
But when you've been touched by evil, some things can never be fixed.
Okay, let's see. Got it.
I hear this loud dinging noise in the kitchen area.
And we were, what was that?
We were the only ones in the building. We went in there, looked around, and nobody was there. It was kind of a spooky feeling.
Hotels that are built on property where there have been humans living and working and dying for centuries are going to be much more susceptible to hauntings because some of those people don't necessarily move on.
Okay, so we got the cupboard here with the ding and the floorboard. You know, I think we're gonna need to paint that whole wall.
The light bulb blue. I was freaked out.
I think we have an electrical problem.
All of a sudden, it sounded like an explosion had happened.
Like something had just crashed in the kitchen.
I heard footsteps in the kitchen.
The fear of an intruder behind that door.
If you're hearing footsteps and all the living people in the house are accounted for, maybe that spirit is saying, "Come with me, I need to show you something." It may be an invitation, or it may be a trap.
The silverware was spread out everywhere.
Silverware of all types were all over the ground.
And nobody was there.
Certainly something's not right. Someone or something has done this.
I felt this heaviness on my body, as though there was some kind of pressure pushing me away.
We were both scared, not knowing what was around us.
As if something is circling around, sniffing out a marked soul.
It was an unwanted feeling.
One that triggers a childhood memory, the moment he was first touched by evil.
There's a lot of things that happened to me as a child. Some things I didn't bring up.
When a child has a brush with evil, with the paranormal, it somehow alters them.
I first became a believer in the paranormal when I was about 6 years old. I would see shadows run across the room. Cupboards would open and close. It was a very scary time in my childhood.
And a babysitter only makes it worse.
She would always say she would see spirits in the house. One day, my dad came home and he saw her cleaning my eyes out with Pine Sol.
No, please.
I need to protect you, baby.
I have to do this. Please! Please! Please!
She said that the spirits had told her to do it. And I was blind for about 6 months because of that. And they didn't think that I was gonna be able to see again.
It's something in their psyche that years from then, in adulthood, can make them more vulnerable.
They're much more likely to be victimized again by that type of energy.
To think that that could all happen again, you know, at the hotel. I'm worried that my childhood fears are gonna come back.
But equally scary is the thought that their dream hotel might not open in time.
As a business owner, I'm feeling a lot of pressures. There's a lot of things that needed to be done, and those pressures were weighing upon me every day.
Especially when the hotel is calling the shots.
As soon as we started tearing into walls and floors, that's when things really started to get amped up. It'll be like right around here, but I can't see in there. Go back. There was water dripping in one of our closets. Let me turn on the bathtub. I found the spot. Hold on. There was a big hole in the ground, and I asked my daughter to hold a camera down there while I go to the other side and turn a valve.
It's gonna be on the drain side. Tell me what you can see. What?
I saw something else.
You saw something else, okay. What?
Edge lights.
My daughter's staring at me with this white face, and she says, "I saw a face down there." And she was very scared.
McKenna.
I don't see it.
What?
What is it? Face.
That's face. What?
I was a little upset because we were kind of on a timeline to get the place open.
Oh,
whoa. Well, we looked down in this hole, and sure enough, there was an old doll.
Oh, there's your face. You got it?
Got it. That's creepy.
Spirits often like things the way they are. When someone comes in and disturbs that status quo with renovations, things like that, it angers them.
And it's a well-known fact that an angry spirit is a restless spirit.
I was pretty fearful of what's going to happen next.
Considered a truly haunted place in this Texas town, the 19th century Jefferson Hotel has brand new owners with a big dream to bring it back to its former glory. But with everything on the line, that dream is slowly slipping away.
Mom, Dad? This painting's scaring me. I can't sleep with it in my room.
Okay, let me see.
Our daughter comes in and she hands us this painting.
She's like, "Mom, this picture just makes me feel really weird. It's really scary."
Why don't we hang it in here? Then you don't have to have it in your room. Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay.
It had a little girl in it, and then above it, it looked almost as if a skull was coming through.
If the idea was to turn the hotel into a fun paranormal playground for visitors, the plan needs a serious rethink.
That's when I woke up.
Hey, did you say something?
I rolled over and just kind of felt for him, but he was sleeping. So I got up to go to the bathroom. I was like, I swear to God, I just felt you in the bed.
That's an entity that's clearly establishing this is their territory and you're not welcome here.
It really freaked me out. There was nothing there. I'm not sure what I felt in the bed. It definitely was a body next to me.
What's more terrifying than getting in bed with a woman and pretending to be her husband? This entity is aware and knows exactly what it's doing.
What's going on?
With the incident that just happened in the bed, and thinking back of all the malevolent activity we had, like the things being thrown in the kitchen, the footsteps, the picture falling off the wall, now I'm thinking, what's gonna happen from here on out? We're no longer in control. how deep will this thing get?
But we had already put way too much time, way too much money in this that we had to stay here.
We have a dream that we're trying to build with the place. We decide to stick around and see if, maybe the activity will calm down and we can live with each other.
In the hopes of opening soon, they get back to fixing the hotel, measuring it from top to bottom.
During the 3D mapping process, I noticed that there were 2 sealed off rooms that you can't see with your own eyes. There were several oddities about the rooms. Didn't have doors or windows in them. I was asking myself, why would someone have 2 secret rooms? What is in these secret rooms? It had been sealed off. So this was very weird. It was shocking. A knock was returned to me. My first thought was, is someone on the other side of this wall?
When Jeremy hears the knocking returned, that had to be stunning. You can't get much more intelligent, much more involved than an action and an immediate reaction. This is a clever, powerful spirit.
Felt like there was a real person behind that wall. However, that was impossible because it had been sealed off.
There's only one way to find out.
As I cut the hole out, I was thinking, okay, what is going on here? There was nothing in there, it was just an empty space. I saw these weird symbols.
Something said to have marked his childhood home, and to those renting the place years later.
That couple put these weird symbols and cut out holes in the ceiling for spirits to exit.
He also finds a pile of gemstones on the floor.
Crystals have often been used for protection, including protection from spirits and ghosts and other entities.
But once you've been touched by evil, there's not much that can protect you.
It's an evil, dark spirit that wants to exert dominance and control, not just over Jeremy, but over the hotel itself.
He wanted me out of that attic. And all of a sudden, this piece of wood came flying by me and narrowly missed my head.
This is seen as his territory. It's his property. And he's letting Jeremy know that.
That was a threat. Someone's trying to kill me.
As the new owner of the historic Jefferson Hotel in Texas, Jeremy Jones is forced to relive a childhood terror.
In his youth, Jeremy had terrible negative experiences. He was touched by something evil. As an adult, taking over this hotel, an evil entity, seeing that vulnerability that's in him, purposely sought him out.
I turn around, prepared to fight, and nobody was there. He disappeared. fight something that I can't see. It made me feel uneasy knowing that there's one spirit that's creating all of this negative activity.
Jared did tell me about, you know, how evil he felt, that the spirit was.
Instead of packing up and going with everything at stake, I decided to try and live with that particular spirit.
This time, Jeremy does what he couldn't do as a child. He takes charge.
I did that by, when I entered rooms, I would say, hey, I'm coming up, is it okay? Let me know if it's not.
I believe that we can make it to where they're happy or they've gotten their point across.
What do you think?
I like it.
Yeah.
Things slowly started to get better. I was able to enter rooms in the attic and things without feeling terror.
Perfect.
When the historic Jefferson Hotel finally opens, it's a rousing success.
Nice.
Perfect.
And for those who check in looking for paranormal thrills, they get their money's worth.
As we first opened the hotel, we had a guest, and she got a little bit more than what she asked for.
What was that?
As she was walking through the hotel, there was a doll in the background, and this doll growled at her.
As soon as I walked around her and started recording this other doll, it went, oh.
We're not gonna run. We're gonna stay there and accomplish our goals. And that's kind of the beauty of the story, is that all of these things that have happened, even though they have, we're still very successful.
While it's clear that a hotel owner can be touched by evil, most of the time, it's the hotel you need to worry about. These are the Scottish Highlands, a mystical place full of dark locks and abandoned castles. The perfect destination for those seeking to touch the past. But if you happen to choose a haunted hotel, once connected to an ancient jail with a terrifying reputation, the past may just touch you back. A dark reality for 11-year-old Liam Vasey and his family.
I was excited about it. I was going back to visit the family for the first time.
The other bedroom is just that way.
Oh.
My father got a job and moved me over to Houston when I was 9 months old.
It's a very special room. We're lucky it was available for you.
They told us it was the warden's suite when the place used to be a prison.
Oh, thank you.
And as a reminder, a portrait of the man hangs in the room.
It was really unnerving. It was kind of like looking down like this.
The painting perfectly captures the spirit of his time.
The original jail that occupied the site near the hotel was terrible. The prisoners lived in filth, they lived in disease, and the warden in charge of that jail would have been the one overseeing the conditions that these people were kept in.
Liam, big day tomorrow?
Yeah.
Hey, where'd you put your bag?
Right there.
Oh, perfect. Did you pack pajamas?
I think so.
And I was jet lagged and tired. We went straight to bed.
While his parents sleep in the adjoining room, Liam falls into a deep slumber. At least for a while.
It was about 3 a.m. when I was startled. Just kind of felt the presence of somebody looking over me.
People need to respect their gut feel, their intuition, because something in your gut is trying to tell you you're in a danger zone.
Instead, Liam waves off the feeling.
When I was that age, I had no experience with ghosts. I was totally unaware of what was about to happen. I can't believe that just happened. My mind's trying to legitimize what I'm seeing.
There are a lot of cases where a spirit attaches to its portrait, and when he wants to terrorize a victim, he moves himself out of that painting.
Just kind of came out of nowhere. I thought it was breaking and entering before I realized it was see-through. And that just gave me chills down my spine. There's an actual ghost right there, stood before me.
The other bedroom is just that way.
In a Scottish hotel that once housed the staff of a vicious 18th century prison, Liam Vasey comes face to face with its wicked warden, an ancient spirit touched by evil.
I realized the ghost came from the portrait. It was out to get me.
Liam is a symbol of innocence. He's easy prey for an entity.
My blood pressure was going through the roof. My heart was racing. There's something that couldn't possibly be there. Is what scared me. My mom saw the ghost, and as a mother, she got really defensive. Walks right up to it like, get out of here. He's gone. I was expecting something else because something that powerful doesn't tend to just go away.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
And he just vanished.
What's all the noise about?
My mom's trying to explain to him what just happened. And my dad's just like, there's no bloody way. No bloody way. And my mom's just like, I'm telling you right now, there was a ghost in our room.
But it's as if nothing ever happened to the painting.
I can't believe that just happened.
In the morning, they check out with barely a word.
We just kind of like buried it in our minds. Like, we all know that it happened, but just don't talk about it.
Weeks later, back home in Texas, Liam is feeling slightly off from his scary hotel experience.
I didn't feel really comfortable. And I always had this like nervous feeling that a ghost would show up again. There was this weird vibe in the room. I couldn't see anything. The feeling was that I was expecting a ghost.
Just because the initial hotel encounter was very brief does not mean Liam is off the hook.
My quilt was literally ripped right off of me. It flew off of me, and at that exact moment, I was terrified.
These entities, particularly the stronger ones, can attach themselves to you. They can follow you, and they often do.
I bolted straight to my parents' room.
Liam? Liam, what's wrong? What's wrong?
I'm really scared.
What?
I tried explaining it to them, and they're just like, it's okay, it's okay. My mom's trying to comfort me.
Honey, it's not possible.
You just saw it.
You're dreaming.
Liam, I'll tell you how to deal with this ghost, all right?
My dad told me, if you ever see a ghost ever again, just tell it to off. It was that simple. And I'm very afraid at this point. I'm gonna be okay, I'm gonna be okay, I'm gonna be okay. The doorknob unlocked itself. This is not okay, this is not okay. My heart was racing. I saw a ghost dog with red eyes. A ghost dog.
Touched by the evil spirit of a vindictive 18th century prison warden from Scotland, Liam Vasey is followed back to his home in Texas by an even darker nightmare.
I was panicking, shaking. I was really, really, really terrified.
Fear is a very powerful emotion, expecting that something will happen, but not knowing when or what.
And the evil doesn't stop there. Something else wants a piece of Liam.
It's unlike anything you'd ever see. The ghost from the hotel was in a brass chainmail.
He remembers his father's advice to stand down his ghosts.
But I thought that there's no way that would work. I thought, I'm taking control of this. The only way out was through the ghost. I went right through it, straight to my parents' room again. That was the last time I ever saw the ghosts.
It's okay. It's gonna be okay.
Later, Liam uncovers a drawing that looks a lot like what he saw in his closet. A demon dog from Greek mythology.
Looked kind of like Cerberus, the dog of Hades.
One possibility is that this could have been a vicious dog that the jail warden once kept and used to torment people. And that dog is sticking around with the warden all these centuries later.
I was a warden of a prison after all, and it followed me. It was like territorial. And as a child, it was very scary. And even now, I'd say.
When it comes to being touched by evil, there are different degrees of contact. Sometimes it's less about spirits reaching out and more about them taking complete control. For Helena King, out with her husband for a weekend getaway in the English countryside, this seaside hotel is about to give her a front row seat to a nightmare no one should ever have to see.
It was a spur of the moment thing. I knew nothing about the hotel. It was just on a website and it was like a cheap, decent choice. Our expectations was just to have a few days away from people, to explore the area and just relax. That's all we were there for.
Oh, we did all right then.
But almost immediately, Helena feels that something is off.
The atmosphere in the place, it was kind of static. It was very electrified. That's how it felt to me.
That is until she sets her sights on the lavish bathroom.
I loved it. I was like, right, I'm using that one later. That's perfect for me.
But perfection is fleeting.
There was an energy in the room. I believe in the paranormal, but I've never jumped straight to it's a ghost. I would rather try to find logic because not everything is a ghost.
Right, are you gonna spend all day in there?
I might.
I kind of just ignored it. We just put our stuff down and went.
When an entity makes its presence known, it's usually for a specific reason. It has a message to get through to you, it might be warning you, or it just has a story to tell and it will not be ignored.
After a long day of shopping and sightseeing, the touch of bad energy Helena felt earlier has completely slipped her mind.
I decided to go and take a bath.
Have a good bath.
Everything seemed perfect. I had no idea what was about to happen. I heard a strange, the only way I can describe it is a clicking noise. I've opened my eyes and there's a strange woman standing there. Absolutely beautiful. My initial reaction was, excuse me, I'm naked here. I was really embarrassed. My husband likes to prank me. So I thought, he's playing a joke and he's just let some woman into our hotel room.
Alex!
But I didn't want to say anything to her because she didn't really notice me.
You're dealing with something that looks real and solid. How can you doubt your own eyes? It's a very powerful way to initiate contact.
When she turned and she looked at me, I just felt dread. And then it dawned on me. She didn't open that door, did she? I knew she wasn't alive because no living person can walk through a door. she put her foot into the bath. And that's when everything changed.
Please don't hurt me.
In the bathroom of an English seaside hotel, Helena King senses a strange energy, one that finally reveals itself in the most terrifying and personal way.
I knew she was a spirit. I really did think she wanted to harm me. I just didn't realize how bad of a spirit she was. I felt like she could control me. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move. Why can't I move? Why can't I scream? I was trying to call for Alex, but nothing was coming out. She held me, kept me where she wanted me.
The touch of evil slowly moves beyond mere flesh and blood and into her mind.
You become a prisoner in your own body. Who you are is pushed aside, and what this entity is now in control of you.
I was no longer in my body. There was no me. I was her. I was watching through her eyes. This was forced. This was violent. She was in control of my body. It was hers. I felt like she could have done anything. I felt sudden anger out of nowhere. Anger at herself. She cut her wrist. And I could feel my heartbeat. I could feel the terror. And then she did it to the other wrist. Have I just done that? Have I just killed myself for her? The water was red around me. And I could feel the blood dripping from my wrists into the water. And I could feel her life slipping away, my life slipping away.
For Helena, her survival is on the line here. How far is this entity going to pull her down into death?
Her body began to convulse. And so did mine.
And as Helena feels herself going under, she's released.
Everything was normal. The bath was no longer red. She was gone. I was devastated about what I'd just witnessed because I really honestly thought she had made me cut my own wrists.
This spirit has no right to take over Helena and make her feel what she's feeling. Nobody deserves that. Helena cannot help but be feeling she is a complete victim here, and she is.
I felt confused, scared, tired, completely worn out, completely run down. There was no other hotels, so we ended up staying for the night, which I really didn't want to do. When I explained to Alex what had just happened, he didn't judge me, he believed me.
With just a brief touch of the paranormal's dark side, Helena is left scarred for life.
I felt like my own soul, my own spirit was slightly fractured because of her. To this day, I can't express how heartbreakingly scary it is to think you're never gonna see your family again. I think she's a traumatized spirit. I think she is stuck where she is, and I think she wanted to tell me her story.
Millions check into hotels each year. Some check into another dimension.
Evil was in that hotel.
Fear was being put into my soul.
I think it's something demonic.
Show yourself!
When the experiences of thousands are contained within a single building, the laws of space and time are changed. Past invades the present, and fears turn to reality. Paranormal experts believe that most of the time, spirits that appear to us are the departed souls of loved ones, and that can be a comforting sight. But then there are those that rise from the darkest of places. Those that were never human to begin with. Our worst nightmares come to life. And in this unassuming corporate hotel in the southern US, its newest employee, Jorge Sanchez, is about to be at the receiving end of that terror.
I was pretty much a single father at the time. So I was really excited to get the job at the hotel just because I love working with people. I was hired to be a houseman / maintenance worker. There was approximately 157 rooms. Definitely, a big property to handle by yourself.
But according to his coworker, it's not the size of the place that's the problem.
She started to tell me things about the hotel. There's been accidental deaths, suicides, things that they couldn't explain. I was told that you'll see some pretty weird things at the hotel.
Some of his coworkers believe it's the work of a demon.
A demon is considered a non-human entity. It's not the ghost of a person that was once alive. It's something completely different. They're almost always associated with evil, darkness, and they're extremely dangerous.
Never in my life did I think I was gonna see something as horrific as that.
For Jorge, that horror starts in the hotel's storage room.
We were in there making sure everything was clean, everything filled. So like linen, blankets, pillows, things like that. We heard a kind of like a loud bang. And then that's when we saw the bottle on the floor. It's definitely heavy. So you would have to actually pick it up and drop it in order for it to fall.
Hey, you wanna check this out?
It was something so bizarre, something so unexplainable.
What?
It looked like it was trying to move in our direction.
Come on, we gotta get in here.
Oh.
So that's when we freaked out and we're like, all right, we have to get out.
If you are trying to toy with a human victim, you do something small, then a little larger, and bring them along into that deepening pool of fear.
which is exactly where a devious demon likes to keep its victim, off balance.
I was just starting off on my shift in the night, and one of the lights was out. That's when I saw something down the hall.
Can I help you, sir? Yes, sir.
Sometimes I had to deal with very rude customers. This could be someone intoxicated because it's a hotel in downtown.
Excuse me, sir. Yes, sir, can I help you?
But when I was getting no response, that's when I started to think, okay, what if it's not a guest? It's someone standing there and I can't explain what it is or who it is. And that's when it just vanished. I was completely shocked. It's just not there anymore. I can process correctly because I was so terrified.
What?
My first thought was, wow, this place really is haunted. I didn't know how to think of it any other way other than it was paranormal.
It's very rare that a single entity, particularly a powerful one, will be at a location. They seem to draw other energies. It's like a paranormal magnet. Where there is one, there are often many.
After the shadow figure, I started to get a little bit more freaked out coming into work. I started to, kind of close myself off from people just because I was like, okay, if something's happening to me, I don't want it to happen to them.
But in the world of demons, it's more about what they want.
I started to feel this heavy energy upon me.
They are not supposed to be here.
And that's when I started to hear a woman's voice.
Hello?
You need to get rid of them. They need to leave.
There was no possible way that someone was in there with me, but it just felt like someone was whispering in my ear.
You know what to do.
Who's there?
They need to die.
The entity is a very nasty, very negative spirit. They can't hurt people, but they know Jorge can on their behalf.
Who are you?
It was something so horrific.
Show yourself!
Didn't know how to explain it.
Get out!
And I started thinking, I'm being targeted by something.
Deep into his night shift, at a Texas hotel, maintenance worker Jorge Sanchez is in a tug of war with a demon on the attack.
No, no!
I heard a woman's voice telling me that, people around me are gonna die, that I need to get rid of them.
Show yourself!
They need to die.
Who are you?
This particular entity clearly has evil intent. And what better way than to bring down a human soul for its pleasure?
All right, come on, come on, come on, man. You're gonna kill them all. No!
It was pretty terrifying because it wasn't my thoughts. It's not how I think.
Who is it?
Jorge? You okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Felt like I was going crazy myself. It's pretty traumatic, to be quite honest. It was very difficult to deal with something like that. I thought if I tell them what happened, they're either gonna think I'm crazy or they're gonna fire me. So I decided to keep it to myself. I started to think that I'm very vulnerable to paranormal.
Especially given what happened years ago.
It all started, with a neighbor, always praying to the dead. And she kind of preyed on us as kids.
Jorge believes that perhaps a neighbor who was dabbling in black magic unleashed this very dangerous thing, which then came to the hotel.
In Mexican heritage, we talk about don't mess with dark magic. White magic, don't mess with that either. It's forbidden.
It can have a paranormal ripple effect that goes out and affects everyone around you.
And when a conjured demon winds up in a place like a busy hotel, there are so many victims to choose from.
I went almost 2 weeks without experiencing anything.
But then, on a routine room check,
we were completely in shock. That room was trashed. There was, blood on the bed. There was bloodstains on the floor. It looked like a crime scene at that point.
more dark tricks to lure Jorge ever closer to murder.
Paintings fell off the wall. And there's a pentagram on the back. She just told me that it's witchcraft. But I think it's something demonic. It was terrifying for me.
There is nothing worse than demonic activities. So you cannot mess around with these entities.
This is a frightening, dangerous, and scary situation. It's one that you want to get out of as quickly as possible.
Things were escalating, things were getting out of hand at that point. That's when I started to think I couldn't do it anymore.
As Jorge seriously contemplates walking away,
Jorge.
he gets an emergency call.
I had got a call from the front desk that someone was hearing noises inside of a room.
But as soon as he enters the vacant room, he feels the crushing need to sit down.
I went from being energized and starting my shift to being completely drained of energy. I felt like I couldn't move. That's when everything went blank for me. I knew right away that this was the exact same voice I heard when I was in the bathroom.
I won't do it. I won't do it.
This is going after his very own soul.
What are you?
The demonic world is an exponential leap above your run-of-the-mill haunting, and it needs to be treated like that.
And then kill yourself.
I felt this warm touch on my face and felt it get hotter and hotter. I grabbed as much energy as I was able to and I ran out that room. And that's when I saw a woman. I knew it was a woman because I saw the long hair, and I was concerned because she was just standing there looking inside someone's room that was occupied.
Excuse me. Is that your room?
I walked up to her and I was asking, what are you doing? How can I help you?
Excuse me.
So as I get closer and closer, I knew it was her. I freak out because at that point I knew it was real.
In a Texas hotel, employee Jorge Sanchez is fighting for his life, battling a demon spirit summoned from the dark to take his soul.
It was very alarming to me because I knew if I was to be hurt, people around me were going to be hurt.
Jorge, room 320 needs some cleaning.
I had my manager calling me on my walkie-talkie and I couldn't respond.
Jorge.
It just vanished.
Jorge, room 320 needs
The brush with evil leaves its mark in more ways than one.
For someone to be touched and have a mark left on them, that's a much more rare occurrence in terms of paranormal activity.
And I told one of my colleagues exactly what had happened to me. She was terrified for me because she looked at my face.
But in a strange way, the burn mark gives Jorge peace of mind.
I felt like I wasn't crazy. I had validation. I had, proof that something touched me, something was there. Everything that was happening to me was real. These events have changed me to respect it more. You have one experience and you think, this is bad, and then it could get a lot worse. In total, I lasted at the hotel for maybe 4 months. I couldn't do it anymore. I was done. After I left, everything paranormal and everything hotel, I'm actually doing a lot better. And I know that everything I do in my life is for a reason.
When demonic forces rise from dark lairs and worm their way into the very bones of a hotel, little can be done to stop them. In an old west town in the southern U.S., there is a hotel known for three things. It's a stone's throw from an infamous cemetery where the bodies of 100 deadly gunslingers are buried. There's also the story of the hotel's many owners, murdered in cold blood. And the third thing is something travelers won't find in any brochures. Travelers like J.D. Jacoby, Ryan Restfed.
When we checked into the hotel, I didn't really know much about it, but I think I was sort of gripped with a sense of desperation because everywhere else in town was full.
Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome. How may I help you?
Just a room for two, please.
Okay, for when?
Tonight?
We were really tired. We had driven like 12 hours or more.
I apologize. We are fully booked this evening.
We desperately needed to find a place to stay.
Is there anything at all? Just...
And that's when she offered the additional room.
Well, we have this one room that we never rent out. It's not in great shape. It's kind of cold. I wouldn't...
You know what? That's perfect. We'll take it, whatever it is.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
She says, we'll just give it to you for a discount because, you know, it's really musty and old.
Honestly, the deal did sound too good to be true. But the funny thing is we didn't barter for it. As long as the bed was comfortable and the room was remotely clean, we'd be happy.
And here's your key.
That ended up being room number 10.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
The fact that hotels have so much energy coming in and out of them on a daily basis makes them the perfect place for hauntings to take place.
An especially good place to trap tired and vulnerable prey.
It's no good for an entity wanting to prey upon humans to hide in a corner of a room where no one goes. They are going to target an area they know humans will be. That's where they are going to spin their paranormal web.
I guess the way to explain the feeling as we were walking down that hallway was just, where is this room? Why is it so far back here? Why do they never rent it?
Oh, God.
Jeez.
Dude. Okay.
As we got closer and closer, I guess the way to describe it more than anything was just the atmosphere and the energy just didn't seem right.
Is this the one? I guess so. Okay.
The setup was kind of different, I guess. There's two separate rooms there with this hallway.
You know, I had all these things going through my mind as to why we got this room for rock bottom prices.
I'll take this one.
You've just been given a room that no one ever stays in. So, yeah, we were very apprehensive about it.
Rye? You gotta come see this. What the hell do you think this is? Come see this. What?
What I saw was gone. That was the first sign that something was going on that wasn't normal. But we were exhausted and just really ready to get some sleep.
But if it's sleep they're looking for, they've come to the wrong hotel.
I couldn't get to sleep. I was tossing and turning. You know, it was just a gut feeling that everything was not right. I heard like footsteps, like someone was walking on old hardwood floors. It sounded like it was in that corridor just right outside of where we were. I initially wrote that off, well, maybe Ryan's just up walking around in his room. But there was no light coming from under that door. I was like, okay, he's in bed, so what's that sound? And I remember halfway thinking, you know, gosh, you know, there's that ugly poster print on the wall. It's like I saw something, but I can't explain it. There was an ever so slight movement to the poster. I just remember this sense of doom. And that's when I actually saw something come out of the wall. I wasn't dreaming and I wasn't asleep. It was a living nightmare.
Deep in the southern U.S., buddies Ryan and JD score a cheap hotel room. One that's rarely rented out. For very good reasons.
When I saw this thing peel out of the wall, the first thing that came to my mind, this is a demon.
To be able to come out of a wall, manifest into a terrifying shape, that's a frightening amount of power.
As it got closer to the bed, it just became bigger and bigger. As it was over the bed, it was like, it was clear up to the ceiling. Fear was being put into my soul. And then whatever that was, it was gone. There was a moment where it was totally silent. Unless you've seen something like that, there's just no way to even explain it. And then about that time when I'm rationalizing this is when I heard the sounds coming from Ryan's room. Boom, 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 like heavy, so heavy that it shook the hotel.
This entity manifesting in such a way that it is drawing upon fear could indicate that it has the ability to almost enter your mind to find out what scares you.
I'm a pretty deep sleeper, so I naturally probably wouldn't hear a door open. But I felt a weight on the bed. So my first thought is that it could be JD. You know, we were always messing with each other some way or another. I was trying to master my breathing so it sounded like I was sleeping. And I was gonna jump up and go, rah, scare him. And then the real shock was when I felt the second weight on the bed. That's when the fear struck in. Then I felt both of them stand up. All rationale went out the window. I would say at that moment, what was running through my mind is, okay, this is supernatural. This is a ghost or something. And then I saw this weird thing. I'd never seen anything like it before in my life. This thing was strong. Whatever this thing was pushing me flat.
After what he saw, JD is paralyzed with fear.
This was a demonic force. There's no way I would follow this thing to see what it was.
This is a directed assault on a human being from a spirit. This isn't just, hello, look at me, I exist. This is an attack.
It's like a machine pushing you. I was trying to say, in the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to leave. But every time I got halfway through it, it sucked the breath out of me. It was like you're drowning.
In a haunted hotel room in the southern U.S., Ryan Restfed is crushed under the relentless attack of a powerful demon.
I absolutely felt trapped. There's no way out of this one. I said it one more time. I said, in the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to leave. And it just shot up in the corner of the room. It was gone. I was like, okay, I commanded this thing to leave. It works.
When the noise finally dies down, JD rushes to his friend's aid.
JD came bursting in the room. He said, bro, are you all right? I said, you're not going to believe this.
And we started talking about it, and we saw the same thing. That made it even more terrifying, because at that point, there's no way I'm imagining this. We decided, let's just get out of here. Let's just get on the road.
Hold up. Excuse me.
Yes.
Has there been anything strange that's happened in the hotel?
What room are you in?
Room 10.
Yeah, we've had some people say they've had some strange things happen.
It's like she wasn't really that surprised that we had an experience there.
This is where it all started making sense. This has got to be something paranormal.
This experience just solidified. There's stuff out there that we don't fully understand.
Demon spirits are not bound to one specific person or to one particular form. And they are certainly not exclusive to one place, which sometimes makes them nearly impossible to shake. There are hotels, and then there are luxury hotels. Ones designed to pamper and spoil guests. But one thing they can't offer is safety from demons. In which case, entrepreneur Chris Ainsworth might want to pass on their special turn-down service.
So back in November of 2015, I was attending a food service trade show conference, and I was able to secure a very luxury hotel room in a Canadian city. It was the last night of the conference, and obviously I was wiped from being there for all 3 days, so I was really tired. And I just, wanted to finish answering all my emails and get to bed.
But as they say, you can't always get what you want.
So I was slowly starting to get into my sleep. And I could hear somebody walking down the hall from outside of the room. And then all of a sudden they stopped at my door.
Hello?
And the only reason I know that was because I could kind of see what I thought was a shadow standing outside of the door.
Hello?
Given it's a busy hotel, Chris just waves it off.
I just assumed it was somebody stopping to look at an email on their cell phone, or it was my neighbor across the hall from me rummaging to get their key to get into their room.
And that would make perfect sense, except for one thing.
I could hear the same walking I heard in the hallway, but now in my room. And I'm just trying to figure out what's going on because I didn't hear my door open or close.
Most paranormal cases, it doesn't start off like something out of a horror movie. It starts as a slow escalation of activity because it has to start to manifest in ways that people will pay attention to. And as they pay attention to it, it'll give it more power.
I felt the weight of whoever it was sit on the edge of my bed. And that's when fear struck. I can feel the weight of their hands and their knees as they're slowly creeping towards me.
An encounter like this will absolutely change your life. You are in its territory, it has an agenda, and you're helpless.
Finally, I built up enough courage, and I look up.
It's a great trick to manifest as an old woman. You become instantly non-aggressive toward an elderly person.
My gut reaction was just to reach out and try and grab whoever it was that was on me.
But fighting back isn't even an option.
I jumped out of bed. I started looking all through the room. Where did this thing go? And I was just like, this is unbelievable. I can't believe this. And that's when I knew it had to be a ghost, spirit, entity, something like that. I didn't dare tell anybody, any of my colleagues, that it happened. I didn't say anything to the hotel when I checked out.
Terrified, Chris checks out in the middle of the night, driving straight home without once taking his foot off the gas.
whoever this person or thing was, it was trying to analyze me, or maybe they were, I don't know, trying to possess me. I don't know what it was. I have no idea.
Exhausted, he tries to catch a few winks before morning.
These stories have a basis in reality. And if you're going to think, well, it's not going to affect me, you may want to think twice.
As I'm laying in bed, I'm hearing the floor creaking. And I'm like, okay, is my son out of bed? Is he like sleepwalking?
Is that you, buddy?
So I keep looking over, and I don't see anybody. And then all of a sudden, fear struck again. And here is this old lady that I saw at the hotel.
Oh.
And I'm just like, what the f? This person that I experienced at the hotel has followed me home.
After being terrorized by a demonic force in a Canadian luxury hotel, Chris Ainsworth makes a run for it, only to discover the entity has followed him home.
I knew it was the same person. She had the same style of face. Her hair was gray. And she's just staring at me.
Usually what happens is someone is so energetically appealing to the spirit that they want more of that.
Getting a really bad, scary vibe. I had absolutely no idea that this thing was gonna follow me home. I was so scared. I didn't want to believe that somebody or something was there. And then all of a sudden, she just disappeared. She was gone. I feel that whatever evil was in that hotel, it followed me home. I couldn't sleep again. I was in utter shock. And I started looking. I opened up the spare bedroom. She's not there. Opened up my son's room, who was fast asleep, looked in there, didn't see anything.
But the demon takes the game one step further, forcing its way into Chris's dreams.
Chris. In my dream, as I was walking past the closet, there's this old lady looking out at me. And her arm was like on the outside of the closet door. And I grabbed her.
No.
It was like I was saying to it, I was telling it like, all right, now I got you. What's going on? Like, why are you bothering me?
The only way now to up the scare factor for him is to reveal its true form. To show him exactly what it is that you are and exactly what it is that you can do.
She was transforming from the old lady into this like red demon figure. It's definitely not a ghost. It's more evil than that.
What Chris saw here was what the true essence of this entity really was.
I woke up, I was in a deep sweat. I was so scared. I can't figure out why this is happening to me.
For Chris, he was just at the wrong hotel at the wrong time.
Hotels are very attractive to dark entities because of the type of variety and the frequency at which people are moving in and out of those rooms. So the next person that comes into that room could be the person that you want to sink yourself into.
Back home, he finds out more about the hotel he stayed in.
It's known all across Canada that it is haunted. And there's been many documented stories of events that have happened.
While the entity has yet to return to Chris's home, it's an experience he'll not soon forget.
I have no idea why it picked me. I really don't.
Hello?
But I am now 100% a believer in the paranormal activity. I believe that there's evil out there. There's things that definitely go bump in the night. And you have to be very careful not to open any of those doors. I don't think I'll be staying in this hotel again.
No!
Millions check into hotels each year. Some check into another dimension.
It's more real than it was a dream.
That's not a person. That's a ghost.
It scared the living hell out of me.
This thing was coming to get us.
When the experiences of thousands are contained within a single building, the laws of space and time are changed. Past invades the present, and fears turn to reality. They say that with time, everything fades. But whoever said that has never stepped into a haunted hotel, where dark stains left behind by the traumatic deaths of those that came before can mark anyone who enters. Especially here in the Welsh countryside, in an ancient and isolated inn, where paranormal investigator Carl Hutchinson and his colleague have come for the sole purpose of finding that dark stain.
We'd heard all the reports and the different types of haunting, and he just ticked all the boxes that we were looking for.
Welcome, mate. Great to be here.
Hi.
Nice to see you.
Over the centuries, the Scared Inn's brush with all things diabolical has become the stuff of legend, and according to many, part of the inn's history itself.
It was like stepping back in time. The Scared Inn upstairs at one time was used as a courtroom during what the English went through as the witch finders.
Witch hunts, marked by torture and agony.
One of the most prolific judges that sat in the court was Judge Jeffries, and they called him the hanging judge.
Potentially up to 180 people were executed by hanging inside of that building. That's by hanging meant slow strangulation. These people didn't die a quick death.
An experienced paranormal investigator.
All yours. Let's go to work.
Carl is here looking for hard proof.
You can't just go in there thinking because somebody says it's haunted, Unless you experience it, it's all word of mouth.
Ready?
Ready.
We were going to check into the rooms upstairs, have a quick walk around, and then come up with a plan for the investigation for the night.
After getting comfortable, they head to a room at the epicenter of hauntings at the inn, where they set up their motion-activated camera.
Documenting paranormal activity is key. We have to have documented events as our evidence. We'd lock the door, and we were the only ones that had the key.
All that's left to do now is wait and hope for something to show up.
Good night, folks. When we booked the Scarred Inn, the plan was that once the bar had shut, we would be the only ones actually in the premises. I got excited. I was really wanting this investigation to go really well.
Ready?
But the Scarred Inn just had other plans for us that night. All of a sudden, we heard the door slam very loudly. We heard footsteps as well. I've never been to a location that the activity was literally 20 minutes into us starting. And that kind of worried me in a way.
Since they're the only guests in the old inn, who or what could possibly be walking around?
All of a sudden, we heard the motion camera going off. Something physical has triggered the motion activating, and we knew that there was nobody in that room.
Hey, come here. You've got to see this.
What?
They've captured something on film.
When a spirit dies in a traumatic form, it leaves an imprint on the location and definitely on the spirit.
I'm 6 foot tall. This thing towered probably a good 2 foot above me.
And if they have a negative intent, that power can be extremely, extremely harmful.
I kind of was gobsmacked. I couldn't really put into words what I was seeing. You don't normally get growls. Growls on an investigation aren't good things. So the fear was building up.
When something growls, that's a warning. This is an entity telling Carl, you better stop because I'm exerting control and dominance here.
This shadow figure was a sinister, scary thing. Judge Jeffries had a bit of a reputation of being quite nasty, quite violent. We just presumed that it was the judge that we'd captured. Thinking, okay, where do we go from there? What do we do now? We have to find a way of trying to communicate.
But something else across the hall reaches out first.
What's going on?
I don't know.
If you had this horrific, traumatizing death, you're going to carry all of that negative energy to the other side and express it. There really is an arithmetic to a haunting. What goes into it comes out of it.
This activity is starting to snowball. It's the unknown of what was going to come next.
At the Scarred Inn in the wilds of Wales, paranormal investigator Carl Hutchinson and his colleague have pried open a Pandora's box of spirits, spawned from events in the spirit's traumatic past. And now Carl can only pray he can slam the box shut.
I felt every possible emotion that you can possibly have when you have a fright. I was scared.
But the inn's past is filled with pained souls.
There have been reports of a suicide in the ensuite of a woman. She'd committed suicide in the bath.
A traumatic haunting is often when a person has a sudden, traumatic, or violent death and cannot or will not move on from that. And those hauntings can be quite traumatic to the living people that encounter them.
We took in a digital recorder to do some EVPs, electro voice phenomena. We were going to ask questions. We were going to see if we could communicate via that way.
Can you tell me how old you are?
Trying to get names, dates.
Where were you born?
It sounds like there's movement. It was kind of like a shuffle step.
Did you die here?
I didn't know what was going to be next.
I am not dead. I am alive.
My friend suddenly screamed.
I hear something.
It just kind of was like you were walking into somebody else's personal space.
Seeing nothing in the bathroom, he goes back to the recording.
Let's play it back.
I then had this sudden cold shiver down my back because somebody was laughing at us. Why were they laughing at us? What did they have intended for us? What were they going to do to us? Then all of a sudden, I can hear water running. My mind flashed back to, hang on, that's where the woman committed suicide in the bath.
A traumatic end that feeds a dark spirit.
Important thing to know is that an entity is manifesting to get your attention. Take it seriously and realize you're putting yourself in harm's way and there can be repercussions.
There's no sign that the taps have been running at all.
heart was racing. I had that anticipation feeling that something was going to come out of the darkness. The atmosphere in the room changed. It had got very, very cold. There was a feeling of malevolence in the room. I didn't know whether it was a ghost. I didn't know whether it was a demon. All I knew that it wasn't from this world. It was coming to get us.
At the Spirit Inn in Wales, paranormal investigator Carl and his colleague face spirits traumatized by their own violent deaths. One's hell-bent on making themselves known, but none more terrifying than the one that's out to get them, the living.
As this thing was creeping further and closer into the room, the adrenaline was shooting through my body. I wanted to get out of the room. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing. When the light went on, there should have been something there. There should have been something physically in front of me. That was more scary to me than the event of itself.
When you encounter an entity that has died a traumatic death, do they think you're the person who did this to them? Revenge is a very, very strong motivation for a haunting.
Unsure of what they may come up against next, Carl and his colleague regroup downstairs.
Because we were carrying on investigating, I had to go back into sensible head, but I was petrified. I wanted to get out of the place. It took me so much energy inside of myself to keep in the location.
Carl stirred up something that was more than he could handle, and the repercussions can be traumatic equally for the investigator themselves.
I'm gonna try this.
This time they turn to their gear for protection.
It goes off when something enters its magnetic field, dead or alive.
Whatever it is, it's not quite done with them yet.
We heard glasses rattle. You just felt there was eyes boring into you, that you were being watched from all angles. That was the final straw for me. I didn't want to carry on. I didn't want to ask any more questions. I didn't want to know. Packed our stuff up and we left.
Back home, Carl's investigation at the inn takes one more bizarre twist.
When we get home from an investigation, we always do a review. All the things that we captured, whether it's EVP, photos, video. Literally every bit of equipment that we used that night had come up with media errors or problems, and nothing was there. Everything was blank.
There are electromagnetic fields that are surrounding these traumatic entities, can make footage go blank. They seem to have free rein with our technology.
But Carl has no doubts about his time at the Spirit Inn.
What we experienced all the way through the night was definitely paranormal. From the door slamming to the figure that we saw in the bathroom. I couldn't explain what I'd witnessed, what was creeping towards me. I never want to have that experience again. I never want to be that afraid. We'd heard this place was haunted, and to be truthfully honest, looking back, I wish I'd never heard of the Spirit Inn.
When spirits are trapped in a hotel where their lives were cut short by brutal violence, it's not always about trying to drive guests out. Sometimes these spirits need to share those final traumatic moments and will stop at nothing to show you. For travelers, America's Deep South boasts some of the grandest hotels, dating back to the Civil War. But because of that, they're also known to attract the spirits of those that fought here, died violently, and never left. Not exactly the kind of hotel perk newlyweds Joe and Karen Noonan were looking for.
When we chose to stay there, it was completely random. It was just an overnight stop on the way to New Orleans.
Well, I hope you enjoy your stay here tonight.
Thank you. It's a very nice place.
Yeah.
We knew nothing of its reputations or anything. We just took a chance.
Did you see that?
Didn't I mention? The place is haunted.
The owner definitely believed that there were paranormal occurrences in the hotel.
I hope it's not an extra charge.
I am not a real believer in ghosts. I'm a realist. There's a reason, there's an explanation.
But Karen is much more sensitive when it comes to the paranormal.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your evening. Thank you.
When I entered the room for the very first time, I was on edge. It was almost like an electric feeling.
But Joe's focus is on the more practical side of things.
I did not feel anything. I just walked into the room, got things ready for bed.
There's absolutely no explanation for it, but I was uneasy in the room.
It might have something to do with what's next door to the hotel.
I did not know it sat near 6 cemeteries.
Filled with soldiers massacred during the Civil War.
The town itself was under bombardment for months. 22,000 shells fell into the town. People were digging holes in the ground to try to hide. Nothing quite leaves an energetic imprint like war.
The sight outside her hotel window triggers a traumatic memory from years ago. At a cemetery back home.
As I was leaving the cemetery, footsteps followed me. I looked around. I was alone. I did not think that it was my imagination. It was too real. This was something paranormal. I was terrified.
It's a feeling she can't shake.
The fear level I felt in the room was worse than in the cemetery. I was scared, and I was literally afraid to close my eyes, and I couldn't wait for morning to get there. It sounded as if someone was moving furniture across a hardwood floor.
But it's not what's upstairs that Karen needs to worry about.
There was a corpse lying on the bed next to me. It scared the living hell out of me.
After Joe and Karen Noonan check into a grand Civil War-era hotel in America's South, Karen realizes that she and her husband may be sleeping with the dead.
There was something, a human, not living, lying next to me. It scared the living hell out of me.
What could be more horrifying than seeing a corpse in bed with you? Clearly, that veil between worlds is getting thinner by the minute here. First, she hears it. Now she sees the corpse, and there's probably no stopping it at this point.
Not even with her husband back in bed.
I could not sleep. I didn't want to close my eyes because I was so scared.
And Joe won't be able to ease Karen's fears.
That's when my husband, Joe, started to sleepwalk. He's always talked in his sleep, but sleepwalking is unusual.
I walked across the room, and I actually opened the door. I didn't know I actually opened the door. My wife tells me I opened the door. I was having a very vivid dream. Everything was in kind of a dark glow, like you'd get with a lamp oil light.
And in this strange dream world, Joe is not alone.
The dream was way more realistic than anything I've ever dreamt about before. There was a man standing there with blood covering his entire apron. Had a Southern-style goatee and a thin mustache.
Because I had such a heightened fear level, I certainly thought that the sleepwalking incident could be something paranormal.
So much death.
Joe's nightmare gets even stranger.
And he handed me wood.
And it looked as if he was carrying something in his arms.
I felt very disturbed by what was going on. I felt like I was traveling through time. I was being controlled somehow.
He then sat down whatever it was that he was carrying.
It's almost as if the entity's controlling him, and the entity's immersing him into the historical event that occurred there. He's not just dreaming about it, he's reenacting it.
It seemed like I was just going through the motions of what I was supposed to do.
So much death.
So Joe accepts what's handed to him.
He then repeated the process of carrying something in his arms and setting it down.
And I lay it down on a pile.
But it's not wood that he's stacking.
It was a severed arm. It scared the living shit out of me.
In America's South, in a hotel built during the Civil War, guest Karen Noonan can only watch as her husband Joe is trapped in the trauma of a battlefield come to life.
This man, who's covered in blood, hands me an arm. And I put it on a pile of arms and legs.
I honestly felt like he was possessed by something at that time.
It was more real than it was a dream.
Suddenly, he's released from his living nightmare.
I was just awake, and it was over.
He said, "I just had the strangest dream."
I'm sorry. I'm like remembering this, and it's freaking me out.
I was blown away that he was having such a horrific dream.
At breakfast, Joe still can't get over how real the dream was. But he soon finds out just how real.
It's got a very interesting history. Dates back before the Civil War, actually.
It was at that point we learned the home was a field hospital during the Civil War.
When he first said it, the blood had kind of rushed out of my head because that made it completely real.
Hauntings are always going to be specific to the circumstances that led to them. Sometimes that may be just in a single room. That's where the traumatic incident was. That's where the memory's imprinted, and that's where the haunting is.
And in this haunted hotel, that happens to be the room where Joe and Karen spent the night.
We learned that our room that we slept in was the morgue. And this is where the amputated legs and arms were kept until they could be disposed of.
Moving limbs and piling them up, it could be the entity's way of saying, don't forget what happened here.
And the strange noises upstairs that Karen heard in the night?
It was a ballroom that was above our room, and I imagined it was the ghost of Civil War soldiers convalescing in the ballroom.
I was not a real believer in ghosts. I thought they were just stories. But at this time, I say I am a believer of the paranormal.
The experience there has strengthened my belief that there's definitely something paranormal. And I'm not eager to see that again.
The seasonal holidays can be a true tonic for the soul. But when a traumatized spirit gets thrown into the mix, they can quickly become bad medicine. For rustic B&Bs like this one in Canada's countryside, it's time to deck the halls, roast a few chestnuts, and make merry for the guests. But if you happen to pick one that's haunted, like Monica Wolf and her husband,
reservation for Wolf?
there are some things you just don't want to find in your stocking.
It was my Christmas present. It surpassed anything I thought we could like afford. It was amazing. It was immaculate. There was a giant Christmas tree. It must have been 12 feet tall.
Oh my gosh. So beautiful.
I was expecting a romantic night with my husband. But that's not what happened at all. We went out for dinner around 8 o'clock that evening. We arrived back at the bed and breakfast, must have been about 10:30, quarter to 11, somewhere in there, and the house was completely quiet.
As they approach their room, something isn't right.
Do you smell it?
It was like old pine oil mixed with bleach, like my grandmother used to use to clean the bathrooms.
Who's cleaning at midnight?
Something as specific as this scent is a definite clue. A clue to what? They don't know yet.
But it's going to take a lot more than a bad smell to ruin the happy holiday vibe.
Well, it was our romantic weekend, so it was like, you just sort of brush it off.
But a traumatized spirit isn't so easily ignored.
All of a sudden, I hear baby crying.
What?
And I thought, oh, that's what happened. Someone's baby threw up somewhere or got sick, and the owners came and cleaned it up. That made so much sense.
Except for one tiny thing.
I hope that baby doesn't keep us up all night.
What baby?
Come on.
The only problem was that my husband couldn't hear the baby crying. Yeah.
Many times at the start of haunted activity, there are things that are equivocal. Should I have smelled that? Should I have heard that? Is that normal for this place?
But nothing here is normal.
Wait, do you see that?
See what?
And it may take a series of events before you realize, no, none of this adds up.
Come on, let's go.
It sounded like a sick baby, like colicky.
I don't hear anything.
It kind of made me kind of feel nervous and edgy. I thought maybe the sound was being carried through a vent or something, but why can't he hear the baby crying? The next thing that happened was very scary. Because then the atmosphere changed. Something had shifted. This cold breeze comes directly towards us. And before I could even really process what was happening, the clock struck midnight. I just froze, and I thought, what's gonna happen next?
At an idyllic B&B in the Canadian countryside, Monica Wolf and her husband are confronted by strange smells and sounds, hints of a spirit's traumatic life and death.
I had this feeling like, I don't know, uneasiness.
And after the long drive to get here, maybe all she needs is a good night's sleep.
I was not thinking anything paranormal was going on at all. I just thought that there has to be an explanation.
But the explanation is not for the faint of heart. Especially when Monica senses something wrong.
It was like your heart skips a beat. All of a sudden, I could hear the floor creaking. Across the room, there was a rocking chair. And there was somebody sitting in it. Your brain is like, how did that person get into the room? Who is that person in the room?
But whatever she thought she saw, it's no longer there.
I felt like I was going crazy a little bit.
People will always doubt themselves when something beyond description is happening, but this is something you can't deny.
There was a woman sitting in our rocking chair, as clear as day. And I knew in that moment, that's not a person, that's a ghost.
A reminder of a traumatic life forever trapped in the B&B.
I was terrified. Grabbed my husband who was sleeping, and I said, "Wake up!"
What's up? What's wrong? What's up?
There was a woman on the chair.
She wasn't there.
But her husband needs no hard convincing.
And I said, "There was a woman in that chair." He looked at me and said, "I believe you. I felt like someone was sitting there watching me the whole night."
Wait, do you see that?
Why didn't you tell me?
He just had the creepiest feeling since we got in there that somebody was watching us from that corner of the room. He said, this was our romantic getaway weekend. I said, well, I didn't want to scare you. And we must have dozed off on and off until it was about 6 in the morning.
At breakfast, Monica is on the hunt for answers.
I kept thinking, okay, so where's the couple with the baby? Where's the baby?
But none of the guests have children with them.
Oh, thanks. I think we're good.
And I said to him, so there was no babies or small children? And he looked at me weird. And he said, no.
I have a question. What's the history of this manor house?
He said that the house then changed hands a few times until it finally became a maternity hospital. And there was like over 2,000 babies born in that house. My blood ran cold. I actually could feel the blood draining from my face. It was creepy as
All the pieces start to form a startling picture.
So in that moment, I'm putting together the cleaning products.
Do you smell it?
The sound of the baby crying and the woman in the chair. Probably a nurse assisting a birth or assisting a mother.
There's a burden that some of these spirits carry, and they literally need to pass it off to a living human being.
If I had any doubts about paranormal activity or the paranormal, this experience at the B&B sealed the deal for me, 100%. I absolutely know she's still there.
Millions check into hotels each year. Some check into another dimension.
I'm not easily scared, and this shook me.
Every night, I was terrified.
I was looking at somebody very evil.
When the experiences of thousands are contained within a single building, the laws of space and time are changed. Past invades the present, and fears turn to reality. They say it's the soul that makes us human, which could explain why, after losing theirs in death, some entities come seeking ours. And for the most evil of spirits, gaining complete control of our soul is as easy as taking candy from a baby. But here in Jefferson City, Missouri, new owners Aaron and Aaron Clark are too busy chasing their lifelong dream of running a B&B to imagine any of this.
The thought of having an Airbnb has always been something that's interested me.
Aaron stumbled upon this house in Jefferson City where her family resides very close to.
Jefferson City is actually the capital of Missouri. Lots of architecture, lots of cobblestone streets and historical preservation.
They have, haunted ghost tours and things like that. Very historical town.
Located in the trendy neighborhood of Hobo Hill, it's one of 7 homes built here at the turn of the century.
I really wanted investment property that we could make some income off of.
We automatically fell in love with it.
So we decided to make it to an Airbnb.
I think everyone has that dream property or the business that they want to run, so they don't really take into account the paranormal challenges that might be there.
I can't wait to show the kids.
But you know what they say, love is blind.
We went down to the basement, as we always do with any home, just to see how the foundation is and whatnot.
The moment you started walking in the basement, the energy shifted. We could not explain it.
The feeling was not pleasant at all. It just made me feel very heavy and almost ill feeling.
And it's accompanied by a very strange discovery.
Weird.
Too weird. What is that?
There was a large cage. We initially wrote off as maybe a root cellar or something, just something other than what she and I were both thinking. It was large enough to, house people.
With a lock, meant to keep something trapped for good.
The cage that was down there added a lot to the creepiness of that basement.
We knew something was weird.
Okay, I'm out.
And something else seems off.
There is a circular wet spot that's in the corner of the room. I've had several people say that it's probably a spring underground or maybe some plumbing issues.
But plumbing isn't the only problem with this house.
Oh my God, Aaron! Come quick! Aaron, hurry!
There was a 666 along with a pentagram that was spray painted on the door. I believe that there was satanic worshiping at some point.
When someone is dabbling in black magic, trying to summon spirits, you don't know what you're dealing with, and you don't know who it's going to affect and to what degree.
The demonic graffiti reminds them of the rumors swirling around Hobo Hill House.
The stories that we heard, people up in Jefferson City, that they always called that house the haunted house on the hill.
We had lots of people who told us they had a bad vibe or they saw scary things, or when they walked by, they felt a certain energy.
My beliefs in the paranormal prior to 2018 was little to none.
I've never even thought about ghosts. We weren't people that believed that, so we kind of just laughed it off.
The big mistake that people make is they think that the paranormal stories aren't real and that they don't need to pay attention to them. So instead, they're denying their existence, and that's only going to make them even more angry.
And sure enough, soon after moving in, the cracks start to show.
From the very beginning, we had TVs that turned on. We had a Bluetooth radio that turned on. We had just weird stuff start happening.
Mommy, are the lights broken again?
No, it's fine, honey.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Thank you.
I was trying to think of anything that it could be. I was still trying to make sense of it.
And since it was an old house, it was easy to write those things off just to old bumps and creaks and things like that. We just wrote it off to bad electrical work.
Except not everything can be written off as shoddy handiwork.
Oftentimes we'll see paranormal activity, especially negative activity, will slowly begin to escalate.
Mom!
It's okay, honey. I'll get the broom.
Okay.
Be careful.
I will.
I tried to open the door and it was locked. And knowing that my daughter can't even barely reach the lock, I asked her, did you lock this door?
Mommy, I didn't lock it.
It was one of the first things that I couldn't debunk.
The lock had locked on its own. No one had locked the deadbolt in their bedroom. It had locked.
The more that the entity knows it can affect people, the stronger it gets and the more it's going to want to continue to affect people.
I look back at the experience with the deadbolt, and it was the first of many clues.
The question is, in this haunted B&B, how long can you ignore them?
Yes?
We couldn't believe of what was happening to us.
Dreaming of turning this old manor into a B&B in Jefferson City, Missouri, Aaron and Erin Clark soon find that it seems to be living up to its haunted reputation.
Each month, more things would happen, and then it just started to get worse.
But what they don't know is that whatever lurks inside is after the soul of the innocent.
My son was about 2 years old when we were living in that house. And every morning we would go get him.
Hey, buddy, what's going on?
See, Gary.
Okay.
Gary.
He'd always say, you know, scary, it's scary. And we would turn around, and obviously there was nothing there that we could see, but he was definitely seeing something that was in his crib area that was scary.
Gary.
Children are much more open. They haven't been deprogrammed to shut all that out. They're more vulnerable, and approached in the right way,
Gary.
they are more susceptible.
There was no explaining any of it.
Gary.
Despite the unexplainable, Aaron and Erin aren't ready to pack it in.
The problem was, you know, we did not want to be driven out by something that may or may have not been there, and a fear of being called crazy.
It's scary, tell me. Where?
Right there.
It was a feeling of, you know, we bought this house, we made it to ours, and we're gonna try to stick it through.
What we thought was that it would go away, And it was the opposite. It just seemed to get uglier.
Oftentimes we'll see paranormal activity, especially negative activity, will start out small. And then as the people react to it, the entity gets stronger, it gets bolder, increasing its energy.
And for a hungry, dark entity, nothing boosts energy like a human soul.
There was one night in particular where my daughter woke me up in my sleep because I heard her crying. She was out of bed looking out the window, and I couldn't see her face. And I could physically see her crying because her shoulders were bouncing up and down like she was sobbing pretty hard.
Has something happened? What's wrong?
And I continually asked her what was wrong, and she would never reply. And then I finally kind of raised my voice to her, saying, you know, what's wrong with you?
Has something happened? What's wrong?
What's going on in here?
Under the bed. And she just looked us dead in the face and said, Mommy, there's a red and black man under my bed.
Under the bed.
It confirmed all suspicions I had that there was something more than just us in the home. It was very terrifying for me to see my daughter look like that.
Get out of here! Oh my
A negative entity will purposely seek out victims, and they'll go after that person right down to their soul. In this particular case, they weren't even safe in their own home. There was no escape, no place to hide.
When Raina started sleepwalking, it was gradual. But just like everything else in that house, it just escalated. Every night, I was terrified.
While my daughter was sleepwalking, I was terrified that she was gonna fall down the stairs and hurt herself. That was my main concern.
Did you block the door?
So I did put something up against the stairs so she couldn't get through.
Move this! Move it!
And as she saw the barricade, she started freaking out.
Move this! Move this!
Aaron finally realizes something unseen is invading his daughter's soul.
I came to understand that while she was sleepwalking, someone was controlling her. Because she turned around, her head tilted to the side, and it freaked me out beyond belief. Like I was looking at somebody else. Somebody very evil.
With a dream of opening a B&B in Jefferson City, Missouri, owners Aaron and Aaron Clark are grappling with a dark force that has extraordinary powers. One that seems to have their daughter's soul in its grip.
Mommy. I saw something messing with her.
Mommy.
I saw her as if she was like a shell. And she had a puppet master behind her.
Spirit possession is terrifying. The ultimate way that a spirit can instill fear into the living.
Listen to me.
She just said, Mommy, what would happen if I threw my baby brother out the window?
Mom.
I have no doubt that what was happening to my daughter was something paranormal.
Mom.
I know this isn't you talking.
And I just kind of panicked. She started crying and she said, Mommy, I need to tell you something. I did not say that about my baby brother. I did not want to say that. My brain told me to say that.
I believe that there was a demon trying to possess my daughter.
Come on.
The idea here is to use their own child against them, to cause them to be more afraid than they could ever imagine possible, and therefore to give that entity more energy.
That was a complete game changer. I was terrified. I was terrified for my entire family.
I felt terrible for my husband because he had to take the role of trying to protect us against something that he couldn't even see. He was trying to act really strong, but I know he was exhausted.
Parents, Aaron and Aaron, had to have felt completely helpless. And the big fear should be, what's gonna happen next? What else is it capable of?
You know, as our fear grew, we went to search for, spiritual help.
To me, the cages and the basement in general are where a lot of the yuckiness starts.
They call in a medium to investigate the basement.
Aaron, I sense.
And at the center of it, residue from the mysterious pool of water.
It stays the same size, the same shape, the same dampness, and I can't debunk it, so to speak.
But the medium has an explanation.
She believed that that wet spot could be a portal that was inside the basement.
She said that terrible things happened in that basement. The story was that a man who was a satanic worshiper buried his daughter in the basement alive. He was testing her faith. She didn't make it, she died. She basically told me, don't ever go into the basement again.
Part of the reason why there might have been a portal in their basement is because the nature of the activity that is said to have taken place in that basement, it was so traumatic, so heinous, that it actually ripped open the doorway from one world to the next.
And now that doorway must be shut.
Oftentimes we see a dark entity as a very powerful entity. This is someone who in life took pleasure torturing people, and in death continues to torment and torture people.
Oh my.
I was instructed to cleanse that basement with frankincense and sage.
Okay, Aaron. We need to work together now. And now we must pray.
Our Father,
Saint Michael, be
who
our
art in
angel.
heaven,
Defend us in battle.
hallowed be thy name.
I stood by that wet spot as long as I could to cleanse it as deep as I could.
We humbly pray. By the power of God.
I did not feel 100% satisfied with the cleansing.
Amen. Amen.
And with the floodgates wide open, the soul hunter now targets the rest of the family.
Every night I was terrified, and I felt like it was just feeding off of me. And so I was getting weaker and weaker and sicker and sicker. One night, I woke up, felt the air change, like a big black cloud of pressure on my body. That moment, I felt completely helpless. It was a pressure that felt smothering. And there was this thing laying on top of me. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move, and I just laid there in terror. Every instinct of my being felt like it was killing me.
In Jefferson City, Missouri, the Clark family is being hunted down one by one by an evil spirit prowling for souls. Now it's Erin's turn.
I felt like something was purposefully smothering me, choking me, putting all its weight on top of me, knowing that I could not fight back. I couldn't move, scream, breathe.
Then it simply vanishes.
I was terrified and I felt absolutely helpless.
The entity was already feeling like it had control of her daughter and was just craving more, trying to see what kind of power and influence it could have over that entire family.
Now, since my daughter was affected, my wife was affected, my entire family was being attacked, it was time for us to go. I couldn't handle it anymore.
And it was like telling us, this is only gonna get worse. You can't beat us. And we couldn't do anything about it. And we just gave up.
But with what they know about the house, it's not like they can simply unload it to some unsuspecting buyer.
We did not want to put anybody else in that long-term type of situation.
They keep to their original dream for the place.
Our perspective on having it as a short-term rental Airbnb is that short-term is the key. Short-term is just a casual, fun event, whereas long-term turns into something personal.
When our guests book a stay with us, they are well informed that it is haunted. So they are all well aware of what they're booking.
We have had lots of guests that have experienced things. We've had guests who didn't stay the night. It certainly hasn't died down.
I do believe in that house, there was a power struggle between my family and I and the red and black man.
Looking further into it, they uncover another possible explanation for the nasty entity.
There's some speculation that owners in the 1900s held prisoners in the basement to work on the home, inmates from the prison that was down the road. And if they couldn't get him back in time, they would house him in these cages in the basement.
That pain and suffering and just really nasty things happened, and it's the spark of why the rest of the house is so powerful.
A dark entity that tried to steal their souls and crushed their dream.
We humbly pray.
I'm 100% a believer now. I don't discredit anybody's experiences due to what my family and I have experienced.
The safety of my family is my absolute biggest concern as a mother, and it was the worst part about this whole experience.
So if you find yourself in Jefferson City, Missouri anytime soon and want to check into a haunted hotel, consider yourself warned. When an evil spirit goes hunting for human souls, it isn't always about controlling body and mind. Sometimes it's to unload the pain of a dark memory into a new host. But in the American Northeast, in an historic boutique hotel, British traveler Janet O'Carroll and her husband think they've hit the jackpot with their choice of a place to stay.
When we took a cab from the airport and arrived at the hotel, we were both a little bit tired, but mega excited.
It's perfect.
Wow. We thought, wow, this is absolutely lovely, made the right choice here. We just fell in love with the look of it, and well, it was just beautiful.
But that beauty hides a dark secret, one that has her soul in its crosshairs, and Janet immediately feels it.
When we got onto our floor, it was a little bit of a strange feeling.
Some people are extremely sensitive to the emotions that are either imprinted or existing in a particular location. And so they're going to tend to be much more susceptible to paranormal experiences.
Nick had gone to open the hotel room door, and it was jamming.
Right.
It would only open a matter of inches, and then it sort of jammed on something. So we try again, pull the door to, open it again. It just wouldn't go. Like something or someone just stood there, not letting us in. This is just really odd.
Blocking the door could be a sign that the spirit is saying, this is my space. Could also be a warning to say that they need to get out of there.
You might have to go down to reception.
The second that Nick said that, the door released, and that's what we found the most weird.
Oh, well.
And I'm going very, very tingly, very cold, and hair standing up on the back of my neck, because I can actually feel what it was like then, because that's just freaky.
Strange.
There's nothing there, you know? There was no other way into that hotel room apart from the window, and we were 14th floor up.
But as an avowed non-believer, her husband is more interested in the view.
Oh, that's just lovely.
I thought, don't be daft, like, you know, just calm down and forget it, get on with it. Then the radio had turned on for no apparent reason. It was like a vintage radio. And it was just playing away to itself.
Spirits have the ability to manipulate electronic devices, but a radio is especially good for them to target because it doesn't really take a lot of energy to power up a radio.
So neither of us could make sense of that and just looked at each other and shrugged it off sort of thing. And I just felt more and more weird.
Shall we go look around town?
Yes, please.
Didn't unpack, we just went off for a walk and exploring.
When you let your guard down in a place where there's paranormal activity, you're making yourself susceptible to falling into that activity.
A perfect state for those looking to torment your soul.
Care for a nightcap?
Oh, I'd love one.
Okay. I said, right, I'll go and get some ice for our drinks. There were people passing by in the corridor, yet it felt quite still. There was quite a suppressed atmosphere. I just felt really sort of unbalanced. I've seen a gentleman walking in front of me. Looks like he's holding something like a tray. I seemed to be walking faster than he was. So I gained a couple of meters on him. As he turned the corner left, I turned the corner left after him. He just vanished. It was a ghost.
In a stately American hotel, guests Janet O'Carroll and her husband have experienced strange events.
It's not even plugged in.
Now she thinks she's seen a ghost.
I just stood there and I felt like my hair had stood on end. I'm not easily scared, and this shook me. There was nowhere for this guy to go. He just vanished.
Janet has mediumship abilities. That makes her a light in the darkness for these spirits.
And a perfect target for soul hunters.
I quickly got the ice, and to say I walked back very quickly is an understatement.
As night darkens over the city, so does the feeling of dread in Janet's hotel room.
The overall feeling just deepened and darkened. It seemed to get denser and denser, like something was pressing down on you.
Something tracking down a soul.
A good hunter will lie in wait. It will observe. It will get you in the situation it wants to do whatever it wants to you.
didn't feel alone at all. I'd look around the room and there were black patches. And they'd move. 1 minute it'd be in the one corner of the room. And then I'd look again, it's over the other side of the room. Well, I'm getting quite freaked out. I thought, shall I wake Nick up? And I thought, no, because he'll think I'm being stupid here. And then I just had a really suppressive feeling. I saw an outline, it was like a mist. But it was the colour of like a dirty nicotine.
This mist is something that doesn't have enough energy to fully form, but is certainly trying to.
My brain couldn't work out what on earth was going on. And what I saw was like a mist the size of a woman. I felt full of dread. I felt it was her dread. I felt like she was impressing her dread onto me.
Some of these spirits could be considered soul hunters. They have the ability to almost enter your mind.
I felt so emotionally upset, and it was almost like she was beckoning me to follow her to the bathroom. I didn't want to get out of bed. I had no choice. I did not want to get out of bed.
What we have here is spirits leading Janet to a scene that they want to show her.
And I'm fully awake. Very apprehensive to open the door because I thought, what's going to be in there? What am I going to see? I saw what looked like someone had been butchered on the floor. And I froze. I felt absolutely petrified.
In a posh hotel on America's East Coast, the soul of British traveler Janet O'Carroll has been hijacked by an entity with a grisly tale to tell.
It was just like someone had been butchered there and then, because the blood, the huge puddle of blood, it was like fresh. It's like whatever had happened had just happened.
A brutal homicide, a brutal suicide, any of those types of traumatic events can bind a person to the location.
Not just about being told what happened, it's about reliving it and experiencing it for herself.
I just absolutely froze. It really just put the fear of God up me.
She's stepping back into time and looking at things through the eyes of the spirit themselves.
Then I actually shook my head and blinked, and the whole lot just disappeared. Nothing. Nothing at all. I was absolutely horrified. As I glanced around, there was a sort of dirty nicotine sort of colour. I felt dread and horror. I could see what looked like a man who was covered in blood. Something had gone on that was deep and very, very dark and sinister. The memory just vanished.
But Janet's memory of the incident has not.
I can see it in my mind now. That's how powerful it was. That image has stopped with me. That is over 5 years ago. And it is still, I can see it as clear now as what I did then.
The power that can be behind these experiences is immense. The fact that they are trying to make this a shock factor moment for you, they're going to do all they can to make sure that that registers.
In the morning, Janet convinces her husband to check out earlier than planned.
And I told him exactly what had gone on, and, you know, he did not disbelieve me.
Because he too had experienced the unexplainable.
Both of us tried the door, we couldn't get in. Both of us experienced the transistor radio going on.
It's not even plugged in.
It was just such a strange feeling. From the second we walked in the room to the second we left. Putting everything together, I just felt like someone was desperate to tell me their story of something that had happened that was deep and very, very dark and sinister.
Janet's abilities make her a much easier tool for these spirits to utilize to get their story across. This is the energy that they've been waiting to come into this location so that they can tell their story.
I felt that this woman was the wife or girlfriend of the gentleman. They both at some time frequented that hotel room. She was trying to tell me that he was brutally murdered. I also felt that the murder was covered up.
This female spirit was showing a living person exactly what went down. The spirit realized that this is the person they've been waiting for to tell their story.
Beautiful hotel, beautiful stateside holiday, but I was glad to leave that hotel room.
Millions check into hotels each year. Some check into another dimension.
I'm the only human being in this place, and it's found out which room I'm in.
I felt like something was going to hurt me.
Did you die here?
That's the ultimate. Alone, afraid, and helpless.
When the experiences of thousands are contained within a single building, the laws of space and time are changed. Past invades the present, and fears turn to reality. When strikes and a spirit is dragged into the dark paranormal dimension, so too go their secrets. And for those who go seeking to uncover those buried mysteries, the hunter can become prey. And at the Limp Mansion, a famous Victorian hotel in Missouri, paranormal author Rebecca Pittman is about to learn that lesson in the most terrifying way.
I was there to research the book about Limp Mansion. It popped up as one of the top 10 most haunted places, and a lot of stories were circulating about things going on there. And so I traveled there to check it out.
Built in 1868, it was home for nearly a century to the Limp family, millionaire beer barons.
What started as basically a small home brewery really became a beer empire in St. Louis.
But it's a success story with a very dark underbelly.
All the money in the world didn't help the family. Many of the family members died of heart failure, and there were also 4 suicides. This was a very tragic family affair.
Tracking down the mysterious details behind these tragedies is why the paranormal author has come here.
Unsolved mysteries drive me nuts. I feel the research is key. If you don't understand that house, what it's been through, you only have half a story.
I think you'll find these really helpful.
Thank you. So they're handing me documents and photographs and diaries that weren't open to the general public.
Thank you.
If you experience ghosts and you don't understand who they are in relation to that property or what happened to them, what's the point?
But what if hunting down the past makes you a target?
All of a sudden, the candle on the mantle lit itself.
The dead will find you, whether you go looking for them or not. They're on a mission to communicate. If you're in their territory, you are also in their crosshairs.
They were kind enough to leave all the rooms unlocked so that I could just go around. The minute you stepped out in that hallway, it was almost like a shadow attached to you. The house engulfs you. The atmosphere engulfs you. I had heard stories of people hearing the portrait at the end of the hall moaning. You immediately feel like you aren't by yourself. There wasn't a time when I was there that I didn't feel like something was watching me.
Pushing through her fears, Rebecca descends to the basement and continues with her research.
I felt like a voyeur that I was trespassing, that family was still there. I can't explain it. It's a really strange feeling. You do feel a sense of sadness, and you feel a sense of loss. There's just this closeness that you feel when you're walking through there. Always felt somebody was right behind me. And there was nobody there. I can't tell you how often that I would turn around and do this, feeling somebody's there.
The problem with digging up the past in a haunted hotel is you may not like what you find, or what finds you.
Who's here?
I feel the hairs standing up on my neck. I felt someone was about to touch my shoulder.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you.
No worries, it's fine.
I just wanted to let you know that we're leaving now.
Mondays, the place is closed. And they were kind enough to let me have it, but what I didn't know is the staff goes home. So it was a little scary.
If an entity is looking to get to someone, it's a lot easier when you are alone and isolated than with a group. They have your undivided attention.
I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have. I woke up because the whole bed was going sideways. A weight was pinning my feet down.
It's terrifying if you're pinned to your bed by a human being. But can you imagine that you are immobilized by something you can't even see?
I laid there with my heart pounding. Something's in the room with me.
While in St. Louis researching her new book on the notoriously haunted Limp Mansion Inn, author Rebecca Pittman is suddenly stalked. By an unseen ghost.
I'm the only human being in this place, and it's found out which room I'm in. My hand was shaking at that point. It took all the courage I had to turn that light on.
When something like this happens and you're terrified, no help was going to come. That's the ultimate, alone, afraid, and helpless.
I thought, what if something's sitting there and it's looking at me? There was nothing there, and the weight was gone. Well, I was pretty scared. My heart was pounding. You're so afraid you're going to see it standing in the corner looking at you.
And whatever it was, left its mark.
All I could see were two perfect shoe indentations in the blanket right next to my feet. Two perfect indentations. That's a very scary thing.
This spirit wanted to leave a little calling card. Even though it didn't reveal itself, it left those two little footprints to tell her, I just did this to you.
Thinking, okay, 5:30, they'll be here at 10. I still have all these hours alone.
Spirits may pierce the veil between the living and the dead, using their pure energy and emotion to communicate, and that's driven by the need to convey information to the living.
But what information is it trying to convey? In the morning, Rebecca asks to be moved to the Lavender Suite. Over a century ago, it was the master bedroom for William Limp Sr. and his wife.
So being in their room was chilling. It felt like, am I welcome here? Do they want me writing a book about them?
An entity may not want to reveal itself to the people that it's targeting, and it likes that, hiding in the invisibility.
You're early. You said you wanted company, so here we are.
My sister lives in St. Louis, and she and her son was going to stay that night.
It's the ultimate way to move around, torment, and if you can't see it, that's even more scary.
Until it finally reveals itself.
Suddenly, this huge antique chandelier over the bed had just started going crazy. I started videoing it with my cell phone. There's no way you could even turn a switch to make it do what it was doing. I started talking to it and asking it questions.
If that's somebody making the lights flash, stop.
I thought I would see if it would communicate with me.
If that is somebody, can you make them start flashing again?
And then I said,
is there someone in the room?
There was a slight time lapse, and then it blinked once.
An intelligent haunting is one where the spirit is aware, and that can be the most dangerous because it is a scenario that is pulling you in personally and is directed at you.
Are you someone that stayed in this room?
It did one more time, and then it quit responding to me. Because of the room we were in, I believed it was William Limp, communicating in some way.
The question is, what's the message?
It just felt like, this is insane. Look at all of the stuff that keeps happening. I just thought, this place is wicked haunted. It just felt like there was something going on everywhere. I just sat up. It felt like ice water went through my veins. Right outside the door, I heard bang, 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 whoo, really loud. And my heart was just pounding. You're waiting to see what else is coming. Was it right there in the hallway? Your question, did I really hear that? So I looked over, my sister's still asleep, but my nephew was up on his elbow. I said, did you hear those gunshots?
Okay. You stay here.
I opened the door, and there's nothing. Could it have been a gunshot outside the house? And there's no way. It was right there in the hallway. There's no way not to be scared.
Hoping to dig up buried secrets at the Limp Mansion Inn in St. Louis, author Rebecca Pittman now fears she's being forced to relive one of its darkest moments. Violent suicide of former owner William Limp Sr.
I got scared because I was standing where William Limp shot himself.
When Rebecca hears gunshots in the middle of the night, she's tapping into the residual energy of William Sr.'s suicide.
But what does the spirit that hunted her down want to tell her?
I thought, why am I hearing this? Is this a clue that I'm supposed to unravel?
If it is, why did she hear 3 gunshots?
Wouldn't have kept shooting after he'd shot himself.
Could it be the echo of the other 2 Limp suicides?
I knew 3 people had shot themselves in the house.
On February 13th of 1904, William Limp Sr. took his own life in that room by shooting himself in the head.
18 years later, William Limp Jr. followed in his father's footsteps.
Charles Limp was the last of the Limps to kill himself. I couldn't help but feel a connection to the history of the people there and what was happening. I wanted to get a sense of what led them to such a tragic ending.
Once back home, Rebecca keeps digging for answers.
When I looked at the coroner report for William Limp Sr., I literally went, oh my gosh. I went, what? He had to have missed twice before the fatal shot.
William Limp may have missed 2 shots when he attempted to commit suicide because he was nervous. He was hesitant, his hand was shaking, and he may have flinched at the moment he pulled the trigger the first 2 times.
Nobody at Limp Mansion had heard that. None of the owners knew that part. And I'm sitting here going, this is insane.
That changed the narrative of how he died, and it's exactly what was trying to be communicated to her that night.
Did you hear those gunshots?
No, but I heard a dog barking.
I said, no, there's no dog in the house.
Police reports reveal that Charles Limp shot his dog before killing himself.
That's when the hairs just, I went, oh my gosh, there's the dog.
Could have been, in Charles's own way, an act of compassion, not wanting to leave his dog behind without him.
Some believe the illegitimate child of William Limp Jr. haunts the attic.
I know for a fact whatever kicked my bed was not an adult. I know that it was a child.
But why did these entities choose to reach out to Rebecca?
I'd like to think maybe they thought I understood their story, and they were saying, we are still here, here's pieces of our story. And the way the book is written, you can feel my empathy for these people. If anyone were to ask me, where do you think the hot spots are at Limp Mansion, I would just walk in the door. They're everywhere.
It's one thing to be chased down by a spirit who knows you're digging for the truth. It's quite another putting yourself in its crosshairs just for a cheap thrill. Especially if you happen to head to rural America to visit a hotel famous for its Wild West coasts. Like paranormal thrill seeker Brittany Maru and her mom, Desta Hybeck.
I came to the hotel in 2017 for a night getaway with my daughter.
Hello. We're just checking in, please. My name is Desta.
I surprised her, and she was super excited about it.
I was really curious about the spirit world.
Brittany is here hoping to see a ghost or two.
That would be amazing. When you register for the hotel, they do have a list of rooms that have paranormal activity.
Thank you so much.
At the hotel, my expectations were to prove that the paranormal was real.
And she's come to the right hotel with the right past. For years, the town ran red with the blood of lawmen, outlaws, and innocent bystanders. All of whom some say still roam this old hotel.
It was a very wild place back in the 1800s.
But Desta isn't quite buying all the ghost hype.
I was on the fence as a believer. I was 50-50.
All the same, she picks what the hotel claims to be its most haunted room.
This is great.
There's nothing wrong with wanting to go to paranormal hotspots because you are interested in it. We call that legend tripping. The problem is that when you put yourself into the legend, you can become a target.
In other words, paranormal prey.
I felt somebody was watching us. I looked around and I didn't see anybody.
What's the matter? I don't know. I thought I saw some.
If I knew then what I know now, I would have not checked in.
I really didn't think anything was going to happen to us that night. Getting ready for bed. I had the room set on 65. I like our room cold. Mind you, it's wintertime, and that's how I like to sleep.
An entity will only place its trap in a location where it knows it will get prey.
Good night, sweetie. Good night.
And what better place than a room where a weary traveler is vulnerable? So that's where they are going to spin their paranormal web.
Disturbed in her sleep, Desta wakes to what feels like an inferno.
I checked the thermostat and it was set to 92. I'm like, why is this on 90 degrees? Turn it back down to 65.
It seems like this could actually be an example of the ghost manipulating the electromagnetic field to be able to up that temperature to scare them away.
Got the room cooled down, went back to bed. That's when I started getting scared.
In a Midwest town once notorious for its outlaws and murderers, Desta Hybeck and her daughter Brittany Maru check into its most haunted hotel.
This is great.
On the hunt for a paranormal experience. But they soon realize, be careful what you wish for.
The TV flips on, and it's the snowy screen, and it was very loud.
Did you turn on the TV?
What? No.
Do you have the remote there?
No.
The remote is way across the room.
So I knew Brittany had not touched it, and I did not touch it.
The TV just turned on.
I didn't turn it on.
I heard fuzzy noise coming from the snowy channel.
If you think about it, a spirit is energy. So for it to manipulate other things that utilize energy, it's probably the easiest way for it to make itself known.
I thought the TV was on the fritz, so I unplugged it from the wall.
Okay, well, I have no idea how that happened. That's creepy.
What should have been a short night of sleep became the longest night of sleep in our lives.
I heard this, it sounded like spurs on the back of cowboy boots. I'm like, where is that sound coming from? And that's when I seen something in my room. I felt very, very afraid. I felt like something was going to hurt me.
What?
Brittany says, Mom, there's a man standing in our corner.
Do you see him? I don't see what you're talking about.
I said, Brittany, I don't see anything.
I could see every detail on him. You could see the badge, you could see a mustache.
Oh, he's right there. You really can't see him?
I don't see it.
And she kept saying, Mom, he's standing right there. I was very nervous.
He's right in the corner. You don't see him?
She was white as a ghost, and she was very frightened.
Since Brittany was the one that was actually looking to have a paranormal experience, she's already more susceptible to one happening. That makes her an easy target for the activity.
But it's not just Brittany.
I kept hearing, answer your phone.
What is going on?
I looked around the room, and there was nobody in there with us. I was very scared at this point. I could hear a vibration of a phone.
Is that your cell phone? No. Are you sure?
She asked if my phone was ringing. No. My phone's dead.
Oh, God. My phone is off. I don't understand what's going on.
The fear that I felt at that time, I really wanted to just leave. I wanted to run out of that hotel and not feel that fear anymore.
The hair was standing up on my body.
Oh my God. We have to get out of here. What is happening?
Somebody did not want us in that room.
There's a voice in the phone. What is going on? I don't know.
Very worried about our safety at that point.
All of a sudden, I heard giggling in the hallway.
Oh, God. Maybe there's somebody can help us.
They were female giggles.
I looked out the hallway, and there was nobody out there.
Is something horrible going to happen to us? Is there more ghosts going to make their presence known?
What? Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
I saw a woman that had no face.
Oh my God!
No eyes, no mouth, no nose.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
That's when I knew Brittany absolutely saw a ghost with the man in the corner.
You're dealing with a time and a place that was probably not very pleasant for women. This entity is warning them that they need to get out of there.
But it may already be too late.
It felt like I was paralyzed. Something has control of my body. Felt my arms move. It was very uniformed.
Mom?
I couldn't move my head. I couldn't move my legs.
Mom? What is happening? What?
I tried shaking her. Nothing would get her to move. She's just stiff as a board.
This was something evil. Very horrifying.
At a famously haunted hotel in the American Midwest, guests Desta Hybeck and Brittany Maru were hoping for a fun, ghostly encounter.
This is great.
Not to become prey for terrifying spirits.
Something took over my body. The activity was escalating to the extremities.
Hey, stop! What? Are you okay? What is happening?
I was very, very scared. I'm like, okay, what is going on? Somebody let go of her.
Oh my God! Mom, are you okay?
Something definitely was possessing my body. It invaded me completely.
Mom, what is happening?
In that moment, you are in the most dangerous possible paranormal situation because now you have lost your free will.
Can you hear me? Are you?
We were both yelling at each other. The fear in both of us at this point took over.
You are under the control of some other force, and you don't know what it could make you do.
Help!
This spirit was holding me against my will.
The energy that was in that room didn't want to let her leave. They wanted to keep her. It was very terrifying.
As Desta feels herself slipping away, something else enters the room.
There was a blue light. And it released me.
And with it, whatever drove out that darkness is gone too.
Whatever darkness was inside of her, it was gone. Definitely feel like there was something there to relieve her of whatever was horribly attached to her.
Oh God. We have to get out of here. Okay, we have to get out of here now.
At that point, I went and turned the lights on in the room. I saw nothing.
Shaking with fear, they decide to get out as quickly as possible.
We're leaving. I'm done. That was the fastest I've ever packed up a room. I think it took minutes.
On the way home, free from the spirit's clutches, they take stock of their haunted hotel experience.
I just really think these ghosts have not realized they've passed to the other side, and I think they're stuck here.
Like the ladies in the hallway.
The hotel was a saloon back in the day, so when I heard the giggling, I thought maybe it was the women from back in the day giggling, going up and down the hallway and coming from the saloon.
Help!
They try to make sense of the entity that paralyzed Desta.
I thought maybe it was an evil spirit that did not want us there.
And the blue light that seemed to free her?
I put the connection together, like something was there to make sure whatever had a hold of her was not gonna attach to her again.
When this blue orb enters into the room, what that could be is it could be some sort of protective spirit, what some might call a guardian angel, coming in there to alleviate the situation and to break Desta and Brittany free.
Some at the hotel believe the cowboy is the ghost of a sheriff that once ran the town.
He was a protector, and he was there just checking on the guests in his hotel. After this experience, I'm a very strong believer of the paranormal, and it's out there. And if you think it can't happen to you, it can. It can happen to anybody.
It definitely amped up my beliefs on the paranormal world. Knowing that the spirit world exists, that they are walking around us all the time, and we just don't know about it.
Oh my God!
When I go to stay at hotels now, I definitely do my research before I stay at it, and if it has any inkling of paranormal at it, I will not stay at it. I would never willingly put myself in that position again.
Hunting down ghosts for kicks in a haunted hotel is one thing. But what if you check in with a serious mission to prove they exist? And in the American Midwest, at a B&B with a seriously haunted reputation, Mike Walker and his wife are checking in to do just that.
It's an old historic house. It's a beautiful house. We went there just to see if we can find anything, any proof of the paranormal there.
The B&B is just a stone's throw from a battlefield, believed to be one of the most haunted in the state.
Battlefields are often extremely haunted because they are sites of misery, violence, hatred. It can create whole areas that are potentially haunted just from that negative energy alone.
Nothing Mike hasn't encountered before.
I am retired from the military, and I have been working in state prisons for 27 years. I didn't really think the B&B was haunted.
Hope you enjoy your stay.
Should be fun.
I was basically doing it for fun.
It's the last room on the right. Okay, thank you.
As a little weekend, adventure. Turned out to be a lot more than that.
As darkness falls, Mike and his wife go on the hunt.
The owners of the B&B gave my wife and I free run of the house to investigate.
Is anybody there? Did you die here?
We were hoping to reach somebody that lived in the house over the past 150 years. The owner, child, anybody.
When you have free reign over a location, you can actually design and set up the experiments that you want to do in order to see if you can make activity happen.
My wife was holding the electronic voice recorder, and she was asking questions, see if she can get a reply.
What is your name?
The investigation becomes a prime experience. It becomes something that you can't always get other places.
And yet, the results are pretty much what Mike expected.
You getting anything?
Nothing. Not getting anything.
And we spent some time there trying to get voice recordings,
What is your name?
anything for the EMF detector, and nothing happened.
Disappointing, given the owner's story about how haunted the B&B is.
Entering the paranormal world, it's like walking down a dark alley in a strange place. When there's a certain series of events that have the power to imprint on the environment, it's going to stay there. It's going to resonate. You come in aggressive, things can escalate very quickly.
In the American Midwest, in a B&B said by many to be haunted, ghost hunters Mike Walker and his wife are there to find proof of the paranormal. So they decide to turn it up a notch.
Let's go down to the basement.
Okay.
The owners of the B&B said when you go down in the basement, you'll experience more paranormal activity down there than you would anywhere else in the house.
Basements are considered to be the heart of the haunting
Can you hear me?
because that is where the power seems to be. It has all the right minerals in it to record and amplify energy, and it basically becomes one big paranormal recording device.
The further they go, the more Mike senses they're not alone.
I started feeling very uneasy there. And I never felt like that before in my life. There was nothing being moved about the basement at all. There was absolutely nothing that would point to me being that uneasy.
When people encounter this type of a feeling, and you just know, this is not an entity I want to encounter.
I was creeped out. I was totally creeped out.
What's the matter? Come sit down, come. You okay? Here, take this.
She passed the voice recorder off to me while she went around taking pictures with her tablet.
This is the actual audio recording that Mike captured in the basement.
And we're still in the basement.
The EMF detector wasn't going off, and there was no movement other than my wife and I.
I don't really know how you can see dark shadows when you're in the dark. It's really, really black down here.
Suddenly, they pick up something.
And that's when it happened. The EMF detector kept building and building. I felt like I wanted to crawl out of my skin. I want to get out of this basement. What's in the room? What entities in this room?
That's Mike breathing a lot through his nose.
Getting freaked out. I felt a sharp pain in my hand, and all of a sudden, the EMF went flying.
Please turn the light on. I'm getting freaked out.
It was kind of frantic. I wanted the lights on immediately.
I felt like something hit my hand.
Something hit your hand?
Where's the bruise? Right there.
Oh my.
What the heck would just strike out and knock a EMF detector out of somebody's hand? Because I knew it wasn't my wife.
Clearly, the message that is being conveyed is, I'm in charge, and I can hurt you if I want.
Let's see.
I interpret that as a warning. I interpret that as, get out of here.
In the light of morning, they check out Mike's hand.
Looked at my hand, and the mark was a raised red bruise. That mark is from something paranormal hitting my hand.
Mike later hears about a Confederate soldier who's said to haunt the basement of the B&B.
He was a Confederate general, and he had raiders, and they basically went on raiding parties and stopped at this bed and breakfast on his way to battle.
But for Mike, one thing is perfectly clear.
Don't know who it was. There was something down there. They didn't want me or my wife detecting them down there. I didn't believe in the paranormal until we had an experience there. And then I started believing in it, that there's actually something out there. This experience changed me because it shows that the paranormal has an evil side to it.
Something to consider if you ever get the idea to chase down a ghost. Sometimes they bite back. Millions check into hotels each year. Some check into another dimension.
It had some force behind it.
We heard an animalistic growl.
Angry is not the word for what I saw in his face.
When the experiences of thousands are contained within a single building, the laws of space and time are changed. Past invades the present, and fears turn to reality. Working in a hotel can be a rich and rewarding experience, unless you happen to get a job in a haunted hotel, where as the new face, you become fresh blood for its dark spirits. That's exactly what happened here at this historic luxury hotel in the old American West, where Brandon Wilson has just landed the job of guest services manager.
It was a new opportunity for me. I did feel like it was a step up. It seemed a lot more fun and important than what I had been doing.
Good, how are you? Good morning.
Good morning. I was just talking with the front desk. Amazing stay.
The main functions of the job were greeting guests, making sure guests were always happy.
Glad to hear it. We'll see you next
I
week.
loved it.
Bye.
The hotel was built in 1911 for the rich and the elite from all around the country. So there was cattle barons, politicians, movie stars, all sorts of folks were coming to the hotel. I was very into history, so I instantly sort of felt like I belonged there.
But the hotel also has a dark history, marked by murders, suicides, and the hauntings of the undead.
I'd kind of heard about all of the different things that were happening around the hotel. I definitely didn't believe any of them.
But his staff members feel otherwise.
From day one, a staff member would say, "Hey, did anything happen to you yesterday?" Or, "This happened to so-and-so yesterday."
Room 314 didn't pass inspection again.
Who's on housekeeping?
My housekeeping staff, they tell ghost stories, saying that rooms had been messed up after they had cleaned them. Windows would be open and sheets would be on the floor.
But as the new man in charge, Brandon isn't buying it.
I had zero belief in anything paranormal. I assumed it was someone trying to get more hours by not cleaning a room. So I decided I was going to put a stop to that. I actually said in one of our staff meetings, in a rather stern way, that if you are caught messing up a room or telling ghost stories, then there would definitely be repercussions.
With every change, the new boss has no idea what dark forces he's stirring up.
You need to do a lot more work before you enter an old establishment. You need to find out what events happened there in order to grasp anything you might encounter.
Weeks into his new job, Brandon is asked to supervise the weekend shift, which means staying overnight at the hotel.
I was responsible for everything from maintenance to housekeeping to the restaurant to the banquet rooms. It was kind of a real big weekend for me, and I didn't want to mess it up. Thought I would go to bed early. I went to bed in my clothes to be ready to go in the morning.
Being new to a haunted location usually makes you a target because Everybody else has either encountered the spirit and had their scary experience or has learned to dismiss the activity. So when you're new, you're the fresh meat.
There was no warning that anything was about to happen. I woke up absolutely freezing. And all the sheets, everything was on the floor. I did wonder if someone was perhaps messing with me. But I had the deadbolt on the door. So I knew there's no way to get in. I definitely knew something was out of the ordinary, but I didn't want to admit it to myself at that point. I was very rattled by the experience. I just absolutely couldn't explain what happened.
There are many negative entities whose intentions are not good. And they may be setting up a trap to pull you in to do some sort of harm to you.
Too shaken to sleep, Brandon heads down to the hotel basement to get an early start on the next day's workload.
One of the things they asked me to do was sort through all the large quantities of things in the basement to find the things that were valuable and then the things that needed gotten rid of. So it was probably around 2:30, 3 o'clock when I decided to go to the basement. The basement of the hotel takes up an entire city block. It's very dark. It's definitely a strange place to be. I guess I was looking for excuses to stay awake. It was probably the first time that I had witnessed anything that I just absolutely couldn't explain in any way in my mind.
He's also down here on personal business.
My fiance at the time was looking for a hope chest, and she had asked me to bring home a very cool trunk that I found down in the basement.
Spirits like things the way they are. When someone new comes in and disturbs that status quo, it stirs them up, it angers them, it disrupts what is normal for them.
There was an insert in the trunk. I laid it down right next to the exit.
While Brandon drags the chest out towards the service elevator, something else remains behind.
When I returned, I immediately noticed that the trunk insert was not where I had left it. The insert was approximately 150 feet away.
The amount of force that the entity is able to show to Brandon, it's a sign that there is a lot of power behind the intention.
And the intention is clearly to target the new guy.
I could definitely feel something was different this time. As I was walking, it seemed like things intensified. That was the first time that my body started telling me that something was not right. I don't know if you've been outside before lightning strikes, but it was sort of that feeling in the air.
As spirits manifest, they will actually change the electromagnetic field of the area around them. Brandon could be in some real serious danger.
Something was off, and I did not want to find out what it was.
And whatever it is, it's ready to strike.
A large shadow appeared out of nowhere. Something that I can't explain is happening. That was the most scared that I have ever been.
At an historic hotel in America's Southwest, the arrival of a new employee, Brandon Wilson, draws the fury of a dark spirit who turns the rookie manager into a human bullseye.
I realized it definitely was not a human. It was just a very large black mass.
When you see a black mass standing in front of you, that's something you don't want to mess with. And something that you have no idea what its intentions could be.
My heart was beating quickly. I absolutely 100% knew that it was only looking at me and only interested in me. And it did not want me in that basement.
But instead of attacking, it disappears.
It's a cat and mouse game in which it's showing you, I can be here when I want to be, but I can make myself disappear.
As I'm running, the large dark figure, it just completely vanished.
Because Brandon didn't heed that initial warning, the spirit's going to try to amp up the experience to get what it wants.
And right now, that's getting rid of a new threat to its territory.
It appeared out of nowhere. It was very large and just not moving. And then I hear a really loud sound behind me. Now, there was two things in the basement that did not want me there at that time. Things were escalating quickly. Our heating system started to pop. And it started to pop closer and closer and closer. I could tell something was coming right for where I was standing.
Because Brandon is exhibiting such fear, other spirits that are there could be drawn to that to get him even more terrified.
I decided I was gonna take my chances running past the dark figure rather than deal with the unknown sound behind me. I'm screaming at it, and it instantly just disappears. I just ran as fast as I could for the exit.
By morning, Brandon still can't come to grips with the idea that he's working in a haunted hotel.
I'm still trying to rationalize things in my head, that everything's fine, and I'm tired and I'm stressed out because I'm nervous about doing a good job. I was definitely hoping that everything was done at that point and I wasn't going to experience anything else.
But with dark spirits drawn to fresh blood, that's unlikely.
If a place has been around for 100 years, it has a lot more chance to have multiple hauntings. It's a simple equation. If time and tragedy equals a haunting, the older the establishment, the more the haunting.
You just put it on that table for now.
We had a bridal show that was going on in the hotel where all of the vendors and everyone had come in to set up their things. Everything from cakes and wedding dresses to flowers and DJ booths, anything you could have at a wedding.
With everything loaded in for the next day's big event, Brandon locks up.
I assured everybody that, you know, all of their very valuable things would be safe, and just went off to bed for the night.
The paranormal is more than just a ghostly experience. It's history coming to life. And more often than not, the paranormal is the way for that history to push back.
The next morning, there was all of the vendors ready to go in to the show.
But something has thrown a wrench into the plans.
It's a very weird feeling of not having any clue what you can do to solve a problem. The entire room was a complete and total disaster. I have no explanation for this. It's almost an unexplainable feeling of realizing that there's something happening that is more powerful than I had thought.
Brandon is forced to face the reality that his workplace is truly haunted.
That had to be something paranormal. Seeing that objects can be moved and things can be destroyed, I felt like I was at risk.
This is the worst of all possible worlds. Whatever this was clearly waiting to attack.
What are you going to tell the vendors?
There's something going on at the hotel that is definitely malevolent.
And as the new manager, he's the prime target.
This felt very personal. It felt very directed at me.
The past is revealing itself, and there's probably no stopping it.
I'll go call the vendors.
Whatever was going on knew me personally and was attacking me. I was frightened.
As the newest employee at a haunted hotel in America's Southwest, Brandon Wilson is fresh blood for dark entities, hell-bent on driving him away.
It was frightening just knowing that a ghost or a spirit or something was attacking me personally without directly attacking me physically.
The paranormal is really something you have to experience, and when you do, you're a believer.
I was wrong about paranormal things happening in the hotel. I 100% believe that there's something happening here.
After chewing out his staff for believing in ghosts, their new boss is forced to backtrack.
I basically had to tell everyone I'm really sorry that I came down on y'all so hard for your stories. I definitely had to eat crow with my staff.
He also has to accept who or what might be behind the latest show of force.
Ghost Bride.
The most famous story at the hotel is a bride and groom who were on their honeymoon. And the husband disappeared for a little while to get a drink at the bar downstairs. After a while, she started to wonder, where her new husband was. She wandered down to the bar just in time to see him and a prostitute.
In a fit of rage, the bride kills the husband, the prostitute, and herself, thereby leaving them in that hotel as spirits for eternity.
I was thinking, what's gonna happen next?
But the hotel's new manager can't just walk away.
Leaving the job wasn't an option at that point. There was nowhere for me to go, so I had no choice but to stay.
There's a gradual escalation of activity going on here. And as that activity escalates, it becomes more personal, and it crosses a very dangerous line.
And if you're alone, clearly you're an easier target.
Which, for a manager working the night shift, is usually the case.
The nightly routine at our hotel was to put a copy of the bill and a newspaper by everyone's door. It was a nice touch for our guests, and it made our jobs a little bit easier in the mornings. It's, between 3 and 4 in the morning. It's very quiet that time of night, so if anything is moving, you can hear it. I see a guy walking towards me. Don't think anything of it other than it's kind of a strange time for someone to be walking in the hallways. The jacket that he was wearing was kind of an old-fashioned jacket. I was just getting ready to say good morning. Is there anything I can do to help you, or do you need to check out? And I looked up, and he was completely not there anymore. If he opened a door, I would have known about it. I was definitely scared.
Suddenly, the hallway is ice cold.
We all have energy fields around us, and when something foreign or threatening enters that field, it's going to put us on alert.
I needed to leave as quickly as I could.
But there's nowhere to run.
I stared directly at him, he stared directly at me. I didn't want to turn my back to anything. I was afraid that he could show up right behind me at any second.
I don't want you here! Please, I mean you no harm.
But causing the new manager harm is all the spirit seems to want.
When I spoke to him, everything changed. He did not want me to speak to him. Angry is not the word for what I saw in his face. He wanted to do me harm. He was speeding up. He was getting closer to me.
An entity that's willing to go to these lengths to attack and is letting them know, I can hurt you.
I can't even describe how scared I was at the expression on this thing's face.
haunted hotel in America's Southwest, new employee Brandon Wilson has become the target of a furious, violent spirit.
He just scared the living daylights out of me. I didn't know if he was gonna throw me into some weird paranormal dimension thing. I was completely frightened, and he was not happy with me. For whatever reason, I looked up and he just completely disappeared. I got out of there as quickly as I could. I've never been so scared in my life.
Brandon realizes his attacker might be the dead husband of the ghost bride he encountered earlier.
Just as the bride is triggered by anything that reminds her of a wedding, the cowboy could be stuck for eternity in that fit of anger or shock or surprise that he experienced when his new bride showed up and shot him.
Instead of running away from his new job at the hotel, Brandon decides to learn more about its dark history.
I decided I was gonna research things that had happened there.
And uncovers a rash of mysterious suicides.
Like the famous actress falling from the window onto the street. There was a little boy who was ruled a suicide by falling out a window. There was a bellboy who worked there, and he hung himself one day for no apparent reason. It doesn't add up.
Could the dark entity from the basement have somehow played a role in these deaths and hauntings?
When you start to see a high level of tragedy happening in one particular location, you have to start to wonder if it isn't that strong malevolent presence that's actually causing this tragedy rather than being the result of it.
It's definitely a dark spirit or dark spirits.
Some feel that shadow people are human spirits that just don't have enough energy to manifest, while others believe that shadow people are a completely different type of entity that was never human at all. Either way, most people that encounter them are usually left with a feeling of being afraid.
I absolutely believe there's something in the hotel that is not meaning well towards anyone.
Especially any new blood, like Brandon.
I either needed to leave or things were going to get worse. And I don't know what worse is, but I didn't want to find out.
Brandon is forced to call it quits and to accept the paranormal as reality.
I know what it's like to not believe people. And so I understand if people are listening to my story and thinking the same thing, because that's exactly how I would have been. But once you experience something, I think if you just write things off, you're kind of fooling yourself. I've had 0 paranormal experiences since I left. Not one thing has been unexplained in my life since I left there. All I know is I hope that nothing like that ever happens to me ever again.
In a haunted hotel, angry spirits may target new people to drive them out, or they may do it as a warning, letting the living know that something dark and evil awaits them. In Liberty, Missouri, on a sprawling estate measuring nearly 200 acres, the Belvoir Winery, a unique wedding destination, is about to unveil its new inn. And its CEO, Jesse Limeculer, couldn't be happier.
It's the winery, an event space, and an inn all in one. We wanted to have it as a hotel and an inn, but also it was a big perk to our wedding business. My hopes for the inn were that it would be nice to have a place for people to get away and, you know, be a part of the history of the property.
Built in the 1900s, it was once owned by a fraternal and charitable order.
It's a former Oddfellows home, which back in those times would have been a place where it was where the unwanted would live.
Their ritual is based on Old and New Testament teachings. At their height, they had about 1,400 lodges in the state of Missouri.
Today, some of these buildings on the Belvoir estate remain vacant.
2 of them used to be an old folks home and a nursing home. And then the other one used to be a medical hospital.
Some locals believe these buildings are far from empty.
I mean, as far as the paranormal, we didn't know a lot. I mean, there was rumors in the community of things going on.
But it's nothing the CEO takes too seriously.
I have a healthy amount of skepticism and wonder if it's just old tales or something like that as opposed to a reality.
Exactly the kind of thinking that draws spirits to new blood.
I was working late, about 11 o'clock at night. I heard, it sounded like voices. It sounded like there was maybe 3, 4, 5 people. I assumed that it was going to be some workers or something like that. I turned around the corner, and there was nobody there. And the voices that were there just stopped abruptly. It was a dead end. There's no exits on that end of the building. There was nobody around at all. I was trying to find a logic to what had happened. I felt like it was probably something mechanical in the building that made the noise, and I was just confused at the time.
One of the easiest ways for a spirit to communicate is through a disembodied voice. Whatever entity was with Jesse at that time was trying to get him to pay attention to the fact that it was there.
Something dead and relentless.
I thought, okay, somebody's still here. And I saw something move from right to left. Immediately, I just got a big chill, and it just ran right up my back. I think the fear in that moment is just the total unknown nature of it.
At Missouri's sprawling Belvoir Winery and Inn, spirits are targeting its newest employee, CEO Jesse Limekueler.
It's concerning because you don't have any real idea, okay, is this gonna happen again? Is this gonna happen a lot?
Oh, hey. Hi, Jesse. Sorry, just getting started.
But Jesse's not the only new blood at Belvoir. The latest hire is Haley Harris, the new innkeeper.
When I heard that they were looking for a nighttime innkeeper and they couldn't find anyone, I was like, oh, that's perfect, I'll do it. We're a small team, so I do a lot of events, I work at the bar, I do all sorts of things.
Haley took the job despite knowing all about the inn's haunted reputation.
I knew a lot about the property, a lot about the history of it.
Which all began on her first visit a few years earlier.
That night, I was at the Belvoir Winery and Inn because my friend and I got tickets to a paranormal event. Part of the draw was just getting to explore the old buildings, as well as maybe see something paranormal. I felt like it existed and I just hadn't experienced it.
Whoa.
Creepy.
Yeah.
It was a mortuary, so it gives you kind of a weird feeling just to be down there in the first place. There was a feeling almost like there was electricity in the room. Just kind of feeling like you're not quite alone.
Holy crap.
We heard an animalistic growl.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. I couldn't tell where it was coming from, so it was very, very petrifying. All of a sudden, there was a feeling like someone was standing in front of us. And that's when I saw the huge shadow figure. One of the most terrifying moments of my life.
If you're dealing with a non-human type of a haunting, there's no way to confront it. There's no way to relate to that.
But the new innkeeper figures it's only the mortuary that's haunted.
I was just relieved to be away from the area that it happened. So I thought I could probably do my job peacefully.
But that's just wishful thinking.
I was the only one in the bar. I had written down something on a pad of paper. After I had finished writing on it, I set it down. But when I turned around, it had flown about 5 feet. All of a sudden, I saw something move out of the corner of my eye. So immediately, I looked around, looking for someone or something that did it. But at the same time, I knew no one was in the bar at all. It had some force behind it. I was being targeted at some level.
I think that objects moving in a paranormal encounter is like an entity building up all of that kinetic energy, and then when you release it, it's going to put out whatever it is that you want to put out into the world.
I felt like something was behind me. And I saw something in front of the fireplace that really wasn't alive.
At Missouri's Belvoir Winery and Inn,
Hey.
two of its employees, innkeeper Haley Harris and CEO Jesse Limeculer, are fresh meat for its restless spirits, trapped for more than a century.
That's when the fear hits. It's nothing I had ever experienced before. I saw a ghost right in front of me.
When an entity contacts you or makes its presence known, it might be warning you, or they just need to share that something tragic happened to them
There was something going on, and it was real, and it was happening to me. Suddenly, it faded away. I didn't have any question that there are ghosts in the building.
The entity may choose to just reveal itself to one person because that's the person whose attention it's trying to get. It doesn't mean that the others couldn't see it later on.
And a few weeks later, they shift their attention to Haley.
One night when I was working, I noticed the lights turning on and off. It is an old building, and so the electric can be a little bit shady.
We don't often see spirits manifest because of the amount of energy it takes for them to fully bring themselves back into our field of vision. It takes a great deal of energy, but it can happen.
And that's when I heard the thunk. There's no way someone could have been there to throw the doll. I would have seen them. The doll just fell out of nowhere.
Dolls could be something malevolent because, let's face it, most people have some sort of an aversion or a fear of dolls because they don't look right to us.
At the time, I was thinking it might just be my imagination. But I also knew that the building was haunted, so I'd comfort myself and just think they're probably not wanting to hurt you.
Entities may simply be trying to communicate to keep their memory alive and to keep us from forgetting about the events that occurred in a location.
Looking for answers, Jesse digs deeper into the inn's past.
The original building was built in the 1880s, and the Oddfellows bought the hotel building, and they turned it into an orphanage. We actually found a lot of things in the walls. We found Sunday school notes, old cards. There was also some pictures of the original orphans. I think the paranormal activity, it has to do with just the fact that they didn't have parents around. I feel like that's a very emotional situation. And it's gonna stay there no matter what.
It's a theory also shared by Haley.
The spirits of the orphans like to mess with people in a kind-spirited way, not a mean-spirited way.
But what about her horrifying experience in the mortuary?
It just seemed like that thing that has bad intentions that seems to stay in the other buildings was trying to get into the main one, the one that we use. I think the spirits of the orphans might know what's over there and might keep it away. I feel like they're protecting me from the entity that's in the other building that has bad intentions.
When you think about the kind of innocence that children have, it's very pure. So if you are one lone negative being, a building full of child spirits is going to be a lot of light to have to contend with.
the historic nature of the building and the paranormal activity that I experience, I feel like it's kind of redefined who I am as a person. It's one of those things that I didn't expect to have as part of my job experience. But I think, generally speaking, I find it to be in a very good way. It allows you to think more about your life.
Working at Belvoir Winery and Inn has really changed my perception of the spiritual world. I think that you have to be careful because you don't know which kind of entity you're dealing with.
Millions check into hotels each year. Some check into another dimension.
A shadow was trying to possess her.
That's what I would describe as hell.
I was so scared I couldn't move.
When the experiences of thousands are contained within a single building, the laws of space and time are changed. Past invades the present, and fears turn to reality. Being visited by something from beyond the grave is a terrifying experience. But in some haunted hotels, it's not just one unearthly visitor. It's not just two. It's a full house. And in this 19th century historic hotel in America's Midwest, that's exactly what's waiting for two unsuspecting guests, Ursula Kerr and her husband.
That hotel was very charming and historical, so that was exciting because I am an interior designer, and to me, looking at the history is good.
Fantastic. Here, honey, I'll check us in.
Hotel didn't seem busy, and that was surprising to me because there were other hotels that were filled up more at the time.
Hi.
But I didn't pay attention to it. I wanted to just go to the room and put my feet up.
But in a hotel crawling with nasty spirits,
Honey, got our key.
that can be very dangerous.
I had no idea about anything about the hotel.
I am.
And I had no idea what I was going to get into. My husband checked in, we went to the elevator, and then we went to the third floor.
You know, it's like being
It's absolutely freezing up here.
Hey, it's
This is so strange, isn't it?
atmosphere.
We know something is wrong, but we just don't know what it is.
It's even colder over here.
Cold spots are usually the sign that an apparition is there, like the saying that you felt like you just walked over someone's grave. And maybe you actually did.
My husband and I went down in a little restaurant downstairs in a hotel.
Honey, oh, I forgot my phone. I'll be right back.
No, my plan was to sit down and have a drink and wait for him.
But there's no sign of life anywhere.
Hello? I was sitting there and I was getting quite impatient because nobody showed up even to say hello or to welcome me or to say, hey, what could I offer?
Suddenly, something doesn't feel right.
So it was hot. It was very hard to breathe, really, and I started to sweat. All of a sudden, I felt a very strong push of cold air from the back, from my neck down to my tailbone. That force was very powerful. And I started to shiver.
When Ursula's alone in the restaurant and she feels this blast of air, it could be a sign that an entity is trying to manifest and move her from that location.
Whatever it is, it's only getting started.
Suddenly, I felt somebody standing behind me. Your hair is prickling on the back of your neck. That's the feeling. And then I turned around, and I could not believe what I saw.
What are you doing here?
He was very hostile. This man looked and felt so real. There was no color on his face, and I was thinking, oh my God, he's a ghost.
What are you doing here?
I didn't know why he was so angry. I felt threatened. You want to react, but something just disarms that ability in you.
This is a spirit that's determined and very strong-willed and not something you want to mess around with. Ursula is definitely in a lot of danger in this situation.
Suddenly, I felt like I hit the wall. That's how powerful it was, and it was definitely frightening.
Like an invisible predator, she feels it circling around.
I was too scared to think. Somebody stabbed me in the center of my back. It's like somebody broke my back. That's how painful it was. And I felt my life was threatened.
You saw that, didn't you? Who was that?
He stood there, and I could see in his eyes that he saw something, but he wouldn't admit it to it.
I'm sorry. We'll help you shortly.
He says, I'm so sorry, we'll be serving you in a moment.
Where were you? What took you so long?
I felt angry with my husband that he actually left me there by myself.
Sweetie, it's okay. It's okay. It's all right.
Earlier that day, on their way to the hotel, she'd felt that same dark presence.
We stopped at the cemetery because my husband wanted to study history from gravestones. But I stay outside of cemeteries because I know that graveyards are absolutely haunted beyond any limit.
So Ursula waits for her husband at the cemetery entrance because she's had these beliefs for some time.
My first paranormal experience was about the age of 5.
If you've seen a ghost as a child, it's going to sensitize you because now you're a believer, you know it exists.
I could hear voices calling me. I really wish that it was a figment of my imagination. But it was very real. I like to make choices of what I want to see, hear, sense, smell. But most of the time I have no choice in the matter. And so I am visited. and I was terrified.
In America's Midwest, Ursula Kerr is terrorized by multiple angry spirits. Both at her 19th century historic hotel and at a nearby cemetery.
I saw a man who had totally damaged face. He was saying why they did that to me.
The paranormal is like an imprint of what has happened there previously. And you just have so many traumatic events that tainted the whole atmosphere of this location.
Mommy.
And then I saw the little boy, and he showed me water that he was drinking.
Mommy?
Water that was infected with bacteria.
Mommy?
But somehow, child and the mother could not connect. That's what I would describe as hell. Being in limbo, in the darkness.
If you have someone that is sensitive and susceptible to hearing the spirits tell their story, they're going to be a target for them to reach out to.
It's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
And it's happening all over again in a hotel that seems to be armed and loaded with spirits.
I was feeling a lot because all the emotions that these spirits were projecting were actually affecting me to a very great extent.
People that have multiple repeat encounters with an entity, it can take an extreme emotional toll on that person. It can be detrimental to the person's health.
So that's why I don't walk into places where people seek the presence of death, like ghost hunters. Those actually haunt me more than I haunt them.
Too late to check out and switch hotels, Ursula nervously returns to their room.
It was about 10 o'clock, 11, when we finally got ready to rest for next day. My husband locked the door and put the key on a dresser.
Yeah, turn in for the night, sweetie.
Even with my husband by my side, I wasn't letting myself to be vulnerable in any ways. I don't know what it is, but I always have to close every door when I sleep, no matter what room it is.
To be extra safe, she takes it one step further.
I always have my rosary.
Please protect us from the spirits.
I made a prayer to put all the experiences from cemetery and the men in the dining room away so that I'm not vulnerable to anything. I did everything to protect myself from any other possible encounter.
The more that the entity knows it can affect people, the stronger it gets and the more it's going to want to continue to affect people.
We are protected.
After all that I went through, I had to struggle to try to get some rest.
Exhausted, she finally falls into a deep sleep. But not for long.
It was heart-rending sobbing of a woman, and something very bad happened to her. First thing that came to my mind that there were guests in the adjoining room, and they had a fight. My husband was sleeping, and I was too terrified to go out and check that room myself. And that's when the cry stopped.
But the horror is far from over.
And that's what started to be strange to me. And I recognized the pattern in that cry. I started to feel like it wasn't a real people there. I could feel the pain in my chest. The voice that I heard was not the voice of the living.
In a 19th century historic hotel in America's Midwest, Ursula Kerr is caught in a web of terror, spun by a legion of dark spirits.
And I was still hearing that sobbing. It was almost like replaying sounds that you recognize as similar, like the same tape played over and over.
No, please, 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 no, 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 please, no, please, I'm sorry. No, please, please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please, no,
All of a sudden, there is no sound, there is nothing, and I couldn't understand why.
She again considers waking her husband, but how to explain what she just experienced?
I was too tired actually trying to figure it out.
But early checkout is still a few hours away.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. No, please.
Not only does Ursula not want to be a participant in this, but she has no control and no choice in it. She's immersed in it and just has to experience it now.
No, please, please, no.
It was about 5 o'clock when the cry stopped. And I drifted asleep. Just to be jolted out by feeling that something was right under the mid of my back. How the heck this key ended up underneath me, I could not find any empirical or rational explanation.
Please, no.
I wanted to get out of that hotel as soon as we could in the morning.
I slept the entire night, sweetie, so I don't know. I'm checking out.
Well, we went downstairs to check out, and the lady, she says, how was your night in hotel? Did you enjoy it? And I said, well, in the next door room, there was a woman crying all night long. And she kind of looked at me, and it says, that room wasn't rented last night. And that's when she gave me confirmation there was a spirit.
A woman rumored to be a prostitute who fell in love with a client who then turned on her.
No, I'm sorry.
That's when I understood she must have put that key under my body. It was keep your husband away, because if you don't, somebody will get hurt.
Heartbroken, she later took her own life.
She hung herself about 5 o'clock in the morning. 5 o'clock was when the crying stopped. Then that's what gave me confirmation why and what I heard.
With a lot of residual hauntings, when you have a traumatic event replaying over and over and over again, it's not uncommon for that to be directly related to the time of an incident.
And maybe Ursula's curse is actually a gift.
She knew that I could understand her, that I could feel her emotions, and that maybe that will help her to relieve part of her sorrow. And I guess that reminded me that I need to continue doing it, because they are everywhere. They are everywhere.
Sorry. Okay. Especially in this haunted hotel full of spirits. While most of us will do just about anything to avoid the sheer terror of encountering multiple ghosts, when your number comes up, there's precious little you can do about it. And in the American South, at this Texas chain hotel, it falls on a pair of 19-year-old best friends, Maddie Martin and Hannah Battaglia, who check in for a weekend stay.
We were just basically going to a Comic Con for a TV show. We were very big fans.
Room should be under Hannah. It's about two brothers who fight ghosts, demons, anything paranormal.
Okay, awesome. Perfect. Thank you so much. You ready? Let's go. Go.
I was over the moon. I couldn't wait to go to the convention.
Going to meet fans and see the actors and have a good time. A paranormal experience was the last thing on our minds.
And yet they're about to have that experience in spades.
When you check into a hotel, it's a game of chance. Are you going to get that one haunted room? Is the whole place haunted? You just don't know. And you're taking a chance every time you check in.
We fell asleep at least past midnight. What woke me up was I thought Maddie had left the second bed to get up to go to the bathroom. I figured I wouldn't try to doze off again until she came back and settled back into her bed. But I remember thinking, she's taking a while. And I look over at the other bed and I realize she was still in the bed.
Which begs the question, then who's in the bathroom?
Looked over and I saw a shadow where the bathroom was. There's lots of things that go through your mind thinking you're not saying what you think you're saying. And I realized that something was there. I was very scared. It was so distinctly a figure.
Maddie, wake up!
That scared the hell out of me.
After Maddie Martin and Hannah Battaglia check into a Texas hotel for a paranormal convention, Hannah is stalked in her room by the real thing. One of the hotel's many dark spirits.
Maddie, wake up! Maddie, wake up! I didn't know what he was capable of. I didn't know what he wanted.
There's someone in here. Her facial expression I can only describe as absolute horror.
He was just... The moment I turned on the lamp, the shadow was gone.
I could have sworn I saw someone in here. I didn't know what to do. I thought at first maybe she was having a nightmare.
It's okay, there's no one here.
You've kind of had the veil peeled away from you, and you're able to see into that world.
I'm really freaking myself out here.
Not uncommon for a person that has a shadow person experience to then go on to have many, many more after that.
Even though I felt scared, I was exhausted, so I was able to fall back asleep.
I had no idea what was going to happen that night. I had woken up because the loud AC unit just kicked on right next to me. It was the loudest thing in the world.
But Maddie is not the only one awake.
I saw a shadow pass by the hotel door. The feeling changed so quickly, almost palpable negativity and heavy pressure, and that scared me. I realized if it was a person, I would have heard footsteps.
While Maddie contemplates what might be in the hallway, something else stirs inside.
I realized it was 1000% in the room with us. It was not human. It was something paranormal.
If the reaction is increased fear, other spirits that are there could be drawn to that and could be working together to be able to do something else that will frighten you even more.
When I opened my eyes, I remember my heart just stopped. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't breathe. I felt like I was being targeted.
Immediately, Hannah started convulsing. It was honestly something out of a horror movie. I got on top of her to protect her.
That entity violates her and somehow is able to connect with her and send her into convulsions, almost as if telling her, I can control you.
I felt the dark heaviness pushing against my back. It was trying to possess her or do some kind of physical harm. That was one of the scariest moments of my life.
The feeling that I had when he was gone was just shock. I no longer doubted. I definitely had a paranormal encounter at the hotel.
And Maddie 100% agrees.
When we checked out, I was certain that we had experienced something paranormal.
They chalk it up to a hotel haunted by multiple ghosts.
I thought that was the end of it. I thought that we would leave the thing at the hotel and I wouldn't have to think about it again.
But back at home, Hannah can't shake a feeling of dread.
When I got back from the convention, I would walk around the house and I'd feel jittery. I would feel unsafe.
And she already knows that her house is packed with ghosts.
It's hard to tell this story without talking about Thomas.
I was in the kitchen washing the dishes, and behind me, I heard a giggle.
Hearing disembodied voices in a haunted location is not uncommon, but when those voices seem to be directed at you, that's when you really need to sit up and pay attention.
And I see a really short figure. It was an immediate reaction of, is this thing going to hurt me? Is this thing nice? He had bright yellow hair, and he was wearing something that was full blue.
And all she feels is Thomas's gentle presence.
And then he giggles again, and I hear him pitter-patter down the hallway. That was the first time I saw a ghost. I never felt like he was there to hurt us. I never felt like there was any danger at all.
But there's definitely something else lurking within these walls.
It was just really exhausting for me to be scared all the time. I'm not a religious person, but I had a cross that was just hanging up on my wall. And my cross was backwards.
People use crosses for protection. This entity's essentially communicating to them at that moment, I don't care about your protection.
I think that he chose the cross specifically to scare me. The scratching on the door sounded like human nails on wood.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
The figure had followed me home.
After being chased out of a Texas hotel by a multitude of spirits, Maddie Martin and Hannah Battaglia run to the safety of their home, only to discover that it too is bursting with ghosts.
Oh my God.
Now I'm being stalked in my own home.
We heard this growl coming from Hannah's side of the house. Let's go. The thought that my best friend's life could be in danger, that was terrifying, to be honest.
What's going on?
Oh my God. He was here. He was here. Yes.
What was in your room?
The guy from the hotel, that thing followed me here.
I was telling you about.
Oh, the thing?
For Maddie's friends, seeing is believing.
This close friend of mine, he had never had any paranormal experiences.
He was here from the hotel.
So he wasn't readily going to accept that this was the reality we were in.
What?
All right, come and get me.
Shut up.
And I said, shut the f up. You do not know what you're saying. You do not call that into this space.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I think that he heard that growl too, and he got quiet really fast.
What is that?
What was that?
Provoking or mocking a dark entity is a potentially very dangerous activity. You're provoking something that's intelligent, something that can interact with you, and that typically increases the activity, and not in a good way.
It sounded like dragging nails down the wall of the hallway.
We all got really quiet, and we could feel the darkness and that heavy presence. In that moment, I worried for my safety.
The entity tries to possess Hannah once more.
I was terrified for her safety, for her actual life.
I really felt that he was holding on to me and that he didn't want to let me go.
And then a burst from a very different energy. Thomas.
We heard the little pitter-patter of children's footsteps.
A fierce battle between infinite darkness and pure light.
It was thrashing. It did not want to leave.
Until it's finally driven from the house.
I just didn't feel his presence anymore. Like I was holding onto a rope and then the rope went slack.
The energies completely dissipated. And I stand by the belief that that day Thomas saved us from whatever the shadow figure was going to do.
The fact that Thomas is able to drive this dark energy away, he was exhibiting, hey, this is my place. These are my people. You're gonna have to leave. And for whatever reason, the dark entity listened to him.
We were just so relieved that it was gone. I think this was a malicious entity that thrived off of fear and pain, and I don't think it was ever human.
The way that this experience has changed my thoughts about the paranormal is that I don't ever want to experience it again.
Until you've experienced something like this, it can be really hard to understand what it feels like to go through that. I don't think anyone can go through an experience like this and still not believe in the paranormal.
Uncovering truths from the past is a noble quest. But what if, in the process, it stirs up a handful of spirits with their own terrifying lesson? And near the site of one of the bloodiest battles in the American Civil War, history buffs Eileen Schreckengost and her husband are on exactly that kind of quest.
We had friends that told us it was really a nice place to go to see the battlefields, and they said it was supposed to be the most haunted town in America, so of course that sparked our interest, and we went. I just wanted to see if it was really true, because I've heard so many stories. I wanted to see it for myself.
But when visiting the land of the dead, you must be careful what you wish for.
This is so exciting. We actually did the tour of the battlefields where they explained all the different areas and all the different things that happened there.
To my right, the noble army of General Limp. To my left, the dreaded
And a group of us were just standing there listening to her.
Do you see that?
And he said, there's a soldier standing next to the tree watching us. I looked, I didn't see anything.
There's a guy.
No, sweetie, I don't see it. I believed him because he's had experiences throughout his life, and I just believed that he's seen them.
But for her part, Eileen has never had her own paranormal experience, nor is she expecting one.
By the time we got back to the motel, it was out of my mind.
Good night, sweetie.
It was getting late, so we got ready to go to bed.
But for the many roaming spirits, there's no rest for the wicked.
I woke up about 3 in the morning, and just like I was wide awake, like I never slept at all. That's when everything happened. Like a tornado came through the room.
If a portal is opening up, there may be environmental factors associated with the activity where you can have strange weather phenomena happening.
I saw something standing there that should not have been there. He was looking straight at me. I was so scared I couldn't move.
While visiting an infamous U.S. Civil War battlefield, Eileen Schreckengost's husband is confronted by a war-ravaged spirit. Later in their hotel room, she suffers an even more violent haunting by yet another spirit.
This wind blew through the room from the bathroom door and then out the other door. I can't even describe how scary it was.
For a spirit to be able to take that cold breeze and turn it into like a mini tornado, that shows that it has a lot of force and a lot of power.
The soldier stood there and stared at me. It was like he was in a rage that I came in there. I was so terrified that when I was hiding under the covers, I didn't move. I was paralyzed. And then the soldier was gone. I didn't want to get up. I was afraid of what I might have seen.
Terrified, she spends a sleepless night.
Hey, honey. Oh my God, what happened here?
When I woke up, my husband was up before me.
You're never going to believe what happened.
Well, I could see something came through.
And he said, I could see something happen, look at the room. I knew I didn't dream it because papers and things were everywhere.
I'm not sure where to start.
He believed me because what he's seen. I just thought it was just a random soldier. I didn't even think of it being a connection to the one that he's seen.
At checkout, Eileen learns more about the motel and its historic location.
We found out the next day that there were thousands of young men that got killed on that site. We didn't know that until the next day.
And when you have that many spirits in close proximity to a hotel, it's no surprise that a good deal of them could wander over into those walls.
Maybe he thought the war's still going on and I invaded it. Maybe he still thought it was a battlefield and I was on it and I shouldn't have been on it. Oh, that experience definitely increased my beliefs in the paranormal. Because I've always believed in it, but I never had proof myself until that happened.
Millions check into hotels each year. Some check into another dimension.
My heart was racing, and I get this moment of terror.
There was no way this was a dream. And it was just boom, like the house shook.
They wanted us out of there.
When the experiences of thousands are contained within a single building, the laws of space and time are changed. Past invades the present, and fears turn to reality. Imagine finally finding the perfect place for your dream B&B, only to discover that there's already something inside. Dark, angry spirits with a single evil intention: to send you running for your life. Nestled in western New York's famous wine country, the Greystone Manor, built back in 1865, has sat empty for the last 4 years. But for its new owners, Heather and Bob Mattison, it's a fresh start.
That's a big old, massive 4,000 square foot house.
It was just a beautiful place, and it was exactly what we were looking for.
A perfect house to transform into their dream B&B.
You know how they say houses pick you? Well, we felt strangely drawn to the place. Everything in the house is original. I mean, the house looks like it dropped right out of the sky from 1865.
I forgot about that.
It even comes with its very own Victorian cemetery.
Often long ago, people would have a family plot, and they would bury their family members close to the house. So when you're looking at an old property, don't be surprised if there are graves nearby.
And sometimes, where there are graves, there are spirits.
Whoa, that wasn't me.
A believer in the spirit world, Heather is immediately suspicious.
So that right there, we're like, okay, something's weird.
When people buy an old house to convert to a bed and breakfast, they do so at their own peril. You may be buying much more than just the walls and property. You may be buying also the entities that reside there.
But Bob, a war vet, isn't about to be scared off.
I've always been very skeptical as far as the supernatural. It's just not believable.
Over the next few weeks, as they fix the place up, Heather's feelings about the Greystone Manor only intensify.
The feeling being watched in the house is absolutely crazy. You just felt like there was a crowd of people in there. And I kept turning around. I thought my husband came home from work early. What's going on? I didn't hear a car. And then I would get up and look, and there's nobody over there. It was really strange. I just felt like there was something there. We had been trying to renovate the first floor, and we had all the lumber and paint in the basement. I do not like the basement. It has a lot of strange energy to it. The basement stairs themselves were an open staircase. I kept feeling like someone's gonna grab my feet. And I grew up in a house with an open staircase. So it's not like I wasn't used to that.
Many times we find that a house either undergoing renovation or getting new owners stirs things up, and activity can pick up at quite a pace.
Hello?
I'm hearing whistling, like a tune. And it was so clear. It was just absolutely like someone was back there.
Is someone there?
This entity who is whistling at Heather, to me, that seems to be taunting.
Hello?
You are perverting a normal, happy activity into a sign of evil.
You definitely get the feeling that someone's back there. And I'm like, okay, that's weird. Like, what is this?
Hello?
It was unsettling. It scared me.
This is not an even playing field, and you're like a little mouse with a very large predator toying with you, and you really have nowhere to run.
But for Bob, it's just the quirks of an old creaky house.
I have a mechanical engineering degree, and I always tried to use the first principles of engineering to figure out what was going on.
But later that night, that cold logic is put to the test.
What the hell was that?
sudden, out of nowhere, there was the sound of an explosion.
Something driven by very bad intentions.
And it was just boom, like the house shook.
I felt like we were under attack.
At the Greystone Manor B&B in upstate New York, a malicious spirit seems determined to drive out its latest guests. New owners, Heather and Bob Madison.
What the hell was that?
The whole damn place is coming down.
Having spent 6 years in the United States Army, it sounded like a grenade explosion.
We thought for sure something bad had happened, you know?
It's a big, very sturdy house, so when something like that happens, you take notice of it.
We were afraid to go downstairs and look because we thought the furnace blew up.
When you hear a deafening explosion, that's absolutely terrifying. This may be a very clear and loud warning sign. A paranormal shot across the bow. We can do anything. Listen to this. Now get out.
Go in the basement, nothing's out of place. Nothing's moved at all. It was the weirdest thing.
There was no smoke, no hole in the ground, there was absolutely no evidence anywhere of an explosion like that.
This makes no sense.
The hardcore paranormal skeptic is thrown for a loop.
What makes it even more terrifying is how do you explain a sound like that actually makes the house move? At that point, there were things that I could no longer explain. It was a very scary experience.
If these entities can get their hooks into you, if they can start to get the rise out of you that they want, there's no reason for them to have to stop.
That explosion opened my eyes. That was really the first indication that I got that something, maybe paranormal or supernatural, was going on there.
Very worrisome are the spirits that intentionally seek to deceive when they communicate. That can lead to trouble, it can lead to potential danger.
It was like daily, you were hearing and seeing things all the time. It was overwhelming. It was like they were watching me. All of a sudden, my arm started to burn. This huge scratch started to appear on my arm. And it was puffing up and turning red.
There's nothing more definitive than getting a wound. If this entity is diabolical enough to lure her into this situation, what else is it capable of doing? There's no limit.
Heather has no doubt that spirits are sending her a message.
So it was almost like they were warning me, like, we don't want you doing too much work in the house. We could hurt you a lot more than this. You know, almost like they were watching what I was doing.
And a few days before the B&B's grand opening, the evil spirits take their bad intentions to the next level by targeting Bob.
There was that feeling that something more aggressive would happen.
We come home, and everything in the house is just shaking.
What is happening?
I think they're trying to scare us. Almost like territorial.
I had a feeling like they wanted us out of there.
Bob, are you okay?
Yeah, I think maybe.
The ceramic welcome sign hit me on top of the head. I felt like they were targeting me.
That was crazy. That scared the heck out of me.
That was very hair-raising, sort of a terrifying moment.
From a spirit with a clear and steady goal.
We're in poltergeist activity, and you are not welcome. Get out or you will get hurt.
Their dream of running a quaint countryside B&B is now on shaky ground.
Maybe this B&B wasn't the best thing to do. There was that feeling that something more ominous might take place.
There's no way you can open up a B&B in this kind of environment. You need to do something to make it livable for yourself and your guests.
To tackle their problem, they come up with a radical solution, a seance.
Just because of the vibe of the house and keeping that authentic Victorian feel, we decided to do that.
A seance is something like a spiritual peace negotiation. You are trying to get through to the other side. What is it you want? Why are we offending you?
If they can communicate with the entity, maybe they can find out exactly why this entity doesn't want them to be in that location.
It looked like someone had taken one of the tombstones from the graveyard and put it in the house as a decoration because they liked the way it looked.
It's never a good idea to move something from a graveyard into your house. A graveyard is permeated with the energy of death. You do not want to bring that into your home.
The name on the tombstone was Ben.
Who is Ben?
And I was asking, can you tell us who Ben was?
And soon, they make contact.
Hello?
And the root of the spirit's anger? The presence of the disinterred gravestone sitting in their B&B.
I wondered if that was part of the reason why when we first moved in, the spirits that are in the house were so almost protective of the house. They wanted to make sure we weren't going to do anything crazy, like that kind of stuff.
Hello?
Who is Ben?
He was my baby.
Whatever was there was trying to make themselves known.
My baby.
He says it's so strong and like, he was our baby. Like, how dare you ask that?
There was a clear message that Ben was their baby.
I don't know what's happening.
This might be the pivotal moment in the entire haunting.
Doesn't feel like it's happy.
Kind of made the hair stand up on the back of my neck.
At their Greystone Manor B&B in upstate New York, new owners Bob and Heather Mattison have been terrorized by a spirit intent on restoring justice to the memory of a long-lost child.
He was my baby. Put it back.
There was an issue with a tombstone that was taken out of the backyard off the cemetery and brought into the house as a decoration.
Doing something to somebody's beloved child's grave, that is certainly motive for angry reaction.
To appease the angry spirit, they return the tombstone to its rightful place and owner.
When this little boy died, we wanted to be able to see the grave from the house.
Heather learns about the dark presence in their basement.
Is someone there?
I believe it's a very unhappy spirit.
Hello?
And he was a bad alcoholic. He was like the town drunk, and he was very angry.
And the reason for his rage? He was relegated to the basement against his wishes.
I think this guy was more like a worker or a farmhand. Definitely feel like there's like a class differential going on there.
With a better understanding of the spirits that share their home, they finally open their B&B in a house where balance and serenity has been restored, more or less.
I don't doubt what anybody else says now. When other people come to me and say, oh, I think my house is haunted, I hear this and I'm like, I absolutely believe you.
What the hell was that?
I'm less of a skeptic than I was before. I know that there are certain things that happen that can't be explained scientifically, so there's got to be some reason for it.
It's almost like they want the history to come back alive. They want to keep their memory alive.
Some dark spirits visit the living hoping to fix past mistakes. Others have more evil intentions, like targeting the young to feed off the power of their innocence. As one of the world's prime tourist destinations, New York City's Times Square draws all kinds, including some of the most cold-blooded predators to walk the earth, some of whom have died there but never left. In the middle of it all sits this quaint boutique hotel, where teenager Isabella Croce and her mother have come for a fun girls' weekend.
My mom found the hotel online. It had pretty good reviews, and it was right in the city where we wanted to do a bunch of things.
But right off the bat, something's not right.
There was something strange about this place, and it wasn't just the odd decorations.
Her mom has a different take.
Is this great? I think that my mom picked the hotel just for the reason that it was a little different. After we had a day full of activities, we were beat. We ate in the hotel restaurant and then came back up to the room to sleep.
I'm gonna sleep so well tonight, that is for sure.
Sharing a room with my mom and being 13 definitely wasn't the ideal situation, but it was okay since it was just for one night.
Good night, sweetie. Good night.
The noise from the streets were definitely loud, and the hotel being a little creepy and a little off made it a lot harder to fall asleep.
As the saying goes, New York City never sleeps, and that includes its dead.
I woke up to this extremely loud buzzing noise. It sounded like it was right next to my ears. Ow! It was just about to the point of pain, and that was definitely starting to make me concerned. It was so loud. I'd never heard anything like it before in my life.
And somehow, only she can hear it.
My mom slept through the entire thing. She didn't move or budge or look up at all.
To have something constant like what Isabella is experiencing shows that there is a power behind this vibrational frequency.
Suddenly, it's gone.
The sound just completely stopped. There was no noise from cars on the street or people outside of the window. It was almost like my sense of hearing was like taken away from me. But I try and reason with myself when I notice something strange going on. I felt uneasy. Something was a little off. I had never experienced anything like this. I looked at the closet and saw what I thought was a big, heavy jacket.
There's only one problem. Neither she nor her mom brought a jacket.
Suddenly, there was just an overwhelming sense of dread. I saw this tall, black shadow figure. There was no way this was a dream. I was fully awake, frozen in fear. I was absolutely terrified.
In New York City for a weekend getaway, Isabella Croce and her mom check into a boutique hotel where the teenager is stalked by a creature with evil intentions.
As it moved, it did grow in size. This thing was just standing over me. I'd never experienced anything so frightening.
If an evil entity wants to corrupt something, the more innocent his victim, the more he will relish that evil process of harming that child.
But whatever its evil intentions, Isabella's mother is also on its radar.
My mom is in some sort of trance. She didn't move through the entire thing.
I believe a negative entity that has that much power, that can put you in a very potentially dangerous situation.
Slowly, it just moved across the room. I never had any clue if it was really, truly gone or not, but I just hoped that it was.
Exhausted, Isabella sinks into a deep sleep.
When I woke up that morning, I looked back on everything that had happened, and I still kind of tried to reason with myself.
You okay? Just a little tired. Yeah, me too. I had the strangest dream last night.
That's when my mom told me about this creepy dream that she had.
It was so weird. I was asleep, but I was standing up in the closet.
The way she told it was that she had a dream that we were in the hotel room. but there was this man lurking.
When I opened my eyes, I saw this thing just sort of...
She describes the very same specter that terrorized her daughter.
Mom.
Sometimes people are in a state of disbelief when they first start encountering paranormal activity.
Anyway, I was stupid. It was just a dream, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I was just blown away. She had seen the exact same thing that I had, just in a dream.
Could be that this is how the entity chose to communicate with her on a subconscious level.
The fact that we both saw the same figure is unbelievable. At that moment, we thought this was a haunted hotel and we had seen something really deep and dark. After I left the hotel, I thought this shadow figure experience was behind me, but it wasn't.
The problem with evil intentions, they rarely ever go away.
When I was about 14, I'd gone to a sleepaway camp.
All right. No more than 30 minutes, and then we've got to go back to bed, all right? You can call me coolest counselor ever. I wouldn't mind. Right, go on.
One of the nights, a counselor asked me and a couple of other kids if we wanted to go to the pool.
Come on. Where is it? Just to the left.
It was an indoor pool, and of course we all said yes.
Okay, don't panic.
Those big overhead lights turned off all of a sudden. There weren't really any other lights in the swimming pool area.
Well, I guess that means swimming's canceled.
Wait, I have a question.
At that point, I wasn't entirely sure that I was in danger or there was something wrong. Figured maybe a janitor didn't realize people were swimming and turned the lights off for the night. But we were all starting to get scared. There was just something up.
Let's make this quick. I want to get out of here.
And even walking into the locker room, it had a strange, eerie vibe to it.
What happened?
It's nothing. It's just probably an old handle.
But this door doesn't even have a lock.
Okay, go. Go, let's go. Come on.
After this door wouldn't budge, people were starting to get more upset, more panicked.
Look at that. Hello?
We were all scared.
Is anybody there?
The counselor tried to calm everyone down, but once she said hello, who's there, and no one responded.
Hello?
She started to get visibly upset.
I swear, girls, if you're trying to pull some trick, you're gonna get in real big trouble. Can I get that flashlight, Isabella?
Suddenly, we saw something dart across the hallway. It was this shadow figure again.
After being stalked in a New York City hotel by a dark, shadowy figure, teenager Isabella Croce once again finds herself the target of evil intentions.
Okay, go.
This time at a summer camp full of young potential victims.
It wasn't only me that was affected by this entity. It seemed to be drawing more power from our fear. It wanted to scare as many people as possible. And the only reason the door was locked was because the shadow figure was keeping it locked. This entity wanted to trap us. It was almost like we were its prey. Everything was happening so fast, everyone was running. It was hard to really see much.
Some feel that shadow figures were never human to begin with, but something that seems to have disdain for human beings.
No one wants to have a frightening experience like that where you genuinely think that your life is in danger.
Back home, Isabella tries to make sense of her two encounters.
I researched things like hauntings in the hotel or deaths in the hotel, and I couldn't find anything.
But she does find a way to explain her mom's dream.
This thing can travel into dreams and into real life as well.
But what about her second encounter at camp?
Even though they don't appear to be related, what is a common denominator is Isabella.
It's almost like I was marked by the first one, and that, in turn, drew this other shadow figure out towards me.
In haunted hotels, some dark spirits will try to make their evil intentions clear. In others, it's all about sending the message in the most disturbing way possible. But in the English countryside, in an ancient hotel fit for a king, the only thing guest Emma Davies hopes for is that a night's stay will make the perfect gift for her husband.
Okay. It was my husband's 30th birthday, so really looking forward to getting some time off and getting away together. My husband was quite excited about staying in the hotel as well.
What do you think?
It's amazing.
You think so?
I felt really relaxed and excited at the same time.
So glad you liked it.
But for Emma, that feeling doesn't last long.
As we put our bags down, I did then start to feel a little bit uncomfortable. And I started to feel a little bit sick, a little bit overwhelmed. At first, I thought maybe I hadn't eaten enough that day or I hadn't drank enough water. So I just brushed it off as that.
Shall we grab a bite?
Yeah, I'll freshen up.
Right.
It was my husband's birthday, so I wasn't going to start causing trouble because I didn't feel well. I started to feel cold and I felt really uneasy. It felt as though I was being watched. That started to feel a little bit creepy. Out of the corner of my eye, that's when I thought I saw a shadow.
It's very unnerving to think that you are in a safe space and to know that somebody has invaded that private space.
Hon, were you in here?
No, Em. Well, I'm in the bedroom.
It's even more unnerving when you can't see whatever is invading that space because you never know when its eyes are on you.
That's probably the first time that I felt that there was something more to this than just me and how I was feeling. There was definitely something else in the room. I knew that it was more than just a person, and I definitely knew it wasn't my husband.
As a believer, Emma knows she's encountered something, but decides to keep it to herself.
My husband is very skeptical, so I'm trying to push it at the back of my mind and not have too many emotions or feelings over it at that point.
After a wonderful night on the town, Emma and her husband head back to the hotel.
Me and my husband had a really lovely time.
But in the room, the gloomy feeling lingers.
I was kind of dreading going back up to the room.
If the reaction is increased fear, that's only going to keep powering up the entity and giving it the ability to be able to do something else that will frighten you even more.
I find that when we are staying away, I tend not to sleep very well. My husband falls asleep quite quickly. I hear footsteps go across the room. The atmosphere in the room had changed. I could sense that. And I felt cold. And I felt nervous. I have a feeling of dread. I'm trying to process what I'm hearing. Is it someone in our room? My heart was racing, and I was petrified.
In a centuries-old English hotel, Emma Davies had hoped a holiday away would be the best gift for her husband's birthday. Until she's confronted by an invisible intruder with evil intentions.
The footsteps have stopped, and I look around. It is dark, and I can't see too much. But then I notice a dark figure the size of my husband.
What are you looking for, love?
I called out to him, and there was no answer.
Spirits are trying to get your attention, and if doing so means that they have to kind of mimic or imitate the living, they'll do that.
But then I notice the shape turn. It looked slightly hooded, but I couldn't be sure. Then there's movement in the bed next to me. And I get this moment of terror. I can hear my heartbeat in my ears. And I look, and I see my husband in the bed. If my husband is in the bed, then what is in the room with us? I feel as though my heart is going to come out of my chest. I'm frozen at that point. And that's when I knew it was something otherworldly. It was something paranormal. I feel panicked. The blood is draining from my body, and I am head to toe freezing cold.
If it's an angry, evil spirit, that's the way it's going to act. And it has the energy to do so.
But it does something unexpected.
And as I looked round, there was nothing there. The figure had just vanished. That's when I jumped back into bed with my husband and tried to calm down. I didn't want to see it again. I didn't want to hear anything else. And I wasn't sure whether it was going to come back. And at that point in time, I just felt too scared. When we checked out of the hotel, I felt as though I'd been robbed a little bit of my break, and I was sad to go, but I was also relieved that I didn't have to spend another night in that room.
Emma later learns that centuries ago, the ancient hotel was home to those of royal blood.
Thinking about the way that this location had been used in the past, you have a strong amount of male spirits that could be present there that would have no understanding why this common woman would be in that location.
And a protector of the estate may be guarding it in the afterlife.
He could have remained there after death, making sure that no one of a low birth would enter the grounds on his watch.
To them, she either doesn't belong or is a curiosity. Naturally, both of those cases will draw their attention.
It had looked at me in the shower. It had already made me feel emotional. And it felt as though it waited until I was asleep to actually enter the room. There's just no doubt in my mind that there is something else out there, and there is something else after death, for sure.
Millions check into hotels each year. Some check into another dimension.
There's absolute fear.
I just want to peek.
Because I don't know what I'm dealing with.
I'm not in control here. There is something else at play.
That ain't sound right. That's when you know it's something evil.
When the experiences of thousands are contained within a single building, the laws of space and time are changed. Past invades the present, and fears turn to reality. For some, checking into a haunted hotel is terrifying enough. But what if you also carry a dark energy left behind from a previous paranormal encounter, making you a beacon for uninvited evil, drawn like a moth to a flame? Which is exactly what happened here in St. Louis at the Limp Mansion Inn, built back in 1868. Said to be one of the 10 most haunted hotels in the country, it attracts ghost hunters far and wide, like Shay Thomas.
I came across Limp Mansion because anytime I travel, I always
do research on haunted mansions or any type of historic haunted place just out of curiosity.
Especially those that offer organized ghost tours.
So I went to Limp Mansion, hoping to get a tour. But since my friend and I were the only two people there, they said, just go ahead and check it out yourself.
And they immediately feel the historic hotel's creepy vibe.
Just the feeling of going up the staircase was kind of, it was heavy to me.
Come on, we've made it this far. Promise you'll be fine.
I had to convince my friend to join me. And her being a good friend, she agreed to do so.
I gotta do this first.
Before I do any type of ghost tours, I always say a prayer to cover me. I ask the Lord to watch over and protect me for wherever I go or whatever I encounter. And you can just feel energy all around. It was very thick.
I'm gonna record. Yeah.
Almost like claustrophobic feeling.
Okay, let's do this.
Because we were terrified, I wanted to document everything.
Yeah. Okay.
This is the actual footage that Shay captured during her tour of the Limp Mansion Inn.
Hold on. Is it on? It is on your live already, y'all. Why you flip your... How you flip it? Girl, okay, let's go in this room. I'm scared. Don't be scared. Girl, please.
My friend was terrified to join me because she was afraid of the unknown.
And with very good reason.
In my research, I found out that this historic haunted hotel, 4 of the family members that lived in the mansion committed suicide.
This the guy who killed he shot his dog in the head before he shot himself. Before he shot himself. Girl, okay, enough of that wrong.
It's a family that seems to have been cursed with multiple suicides in that building. So you have all of that energy building up and stuck within the walls of the mansion itself.
Look at that little boy.
It's not surprising that it will continually play out on those that visit it.
I don't like this place.
Well, I start feeling the heaviness and I start hearing things. My friend wanted to stop the tour and go home, but my curiosity got the best of me.
Come on. Do not go in there, Shay.
I just want to peek.
So we were just all over the place at that point, because we still didn't know what to believe about this place.
I almost had a heart attack.
You can't see these entities. You don't know when they're gonna show up. And probably more frighteningly, they don't know what's gonna happen next.
Coming.
Watch my back. Oh my God. Back into my belly. I'm scared.
Oftentimes, ghost hunters, they go out, they're seeking answers. But sometimes, those roles get reversed.
No.
And instead of being a ghost hunter, you're now finding yourself being hunted by the ghost.
And Shay immediately feels it.
It was like a thickness, it was like a invisible fog sort of feel. You can just feel energy all around.
Open it up, girl. I ain't opening nothing. Hold up. Come here.
That was a spooky feeling, very spooky feeling.
And this isn't the first time Shay has felt a paranormal presence.
I have a high belief in the paranormal because I've had some horrible encounters. The morning of my birthday, when I turned 21, I was laying in the bed, and I heard my door open. And I started hearing things, but I didn't see anyone. But if it's something that scares you and know that you're scared and still do it, that's when you know it's something evil.
Happy birthday, Shay.
In St. Louis, at the Limp Mansion Inn, Shay Thomas's ghost tour with a friend reminds her of a terrifying encounter with an uninvited evil in her home.
Happy birthday, Shay.
I was just terrified. My heart was pounding, and my body was just trembling.
Happy birthday, Shay.
Just kept saying, happy birthday, Shay.
Happy birthday, Shay.
I just prayed. I said, Lord, I don't know what this is, but right now I can't handle it. Can you please take it away? The moment I said that, she crawled back out the door. The main thing that's terrifying about paranormal is not knowing what type of energy you're dealing with.
And now, years later at the Limp Mansion, she once again feels targeted by the unknown.
Once someone has that first encounter, it opens up the floodgates for the future.
Did you hear that? I started hearing noises, like rattling noises. I knew it was around me. You can literally almost feel the air shift.
Let's go. You okay? Let's go. Let's go. Okay.
But this time, it's much more than just a feeling.
I actually felt footsteps near me, as if someone was walking towards me.
Something unwelcome and unseen stalking her.
Coming? Yeah, right behind you.
I mentioned to my friend, I feel something near me.
Okay, I heard something this way.
We start saying, hello? Hello, is anyone there?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
She hears a cold, dead voice.
A complete chill went through my body, and I was terrified.
Hello? That didn't sound right.
This was not a voice of the living at all. I ran down the stairs and got a staff and told them that we heard someone saying hello.
Was that you? Who was up here? Can you show it to me, please?
So he said, oh, well, there may have been the maid that's on the 3rd floor. My friend, she was terrified after we heard the voice.
With her friend too scared to go any further, Shay decides to investigate alone.
I knew I was putting myself in a situation that could possibly go left, but I was willing to take the chance.
Anyone here?
If it is staff that called out hello,
Anyone here?
Shay needs to find out.
I start saying, hello? Hello, is anyone there?
Ma'am? Why she ain't saying nothing back? That what you saying, hello?
I didn't say hello.
Are you serious?
And I asked her immediately, did you just say hello to us? She said no, she heard it, but it was not her. And the voice was totally different than hers as well.
Hello?
But I knew for sure that that was not her at all.
Whoever or whatever it was, she still feels its dark, unwanted presence.
I started sweating, and I don't sweat easy. I was asking myself, am I in danger?
And the source of the danger is clear.
Then I went over into this one little room. I just couldn't go in that room at all. That room freaked me completely out. Something wasn't right in that room. I couldn't explain whether it could have been demonic.
At the haunted Limp Mansion Inn in St. Louis, amateur ghost hunter Shay Thomas has hit the paranormal jackpot.
Hello?
But is now terrified by a dark, unwanted evil.
I couldn't make it past the door.
Shay was picking up on the signals that something in this particular room was more than she was ready to handle.
The room was spooky. It was extremely spooky. I was assuming the next step was a presence to reveal itself. That did not happen. As I left the mansion, I knew for a fact that there was something paranormal going on in that place because it was too much that couldn't be explained.
Once back home, Shay reviews the footage she shot at the Limp Mansion Inn and makes a disturbing discovery.
I was shocked once I saw the footage because in the video, I see a little boy. He looked like he was dressed in 18th century clothing. Oh, I was terrified. My heart just stopped.
Capturing an entity on camera is extremely rare, especially the ones that can't be explained by just common camera anomalies related to digital photography.
And that confirmed everything I was feeling when I was in that mansion.
Hello? That didn't sound right.
The voice that I heard sounded like a woman with a distorted voice, so it could have easily been a little boy. I didn't know anything about a child. I literally called the mansion and asked them, was there a child involved? That's when I found out about a little boy named Zeke.
Let's go.
I knew at that point that that presence I was feeling was indeed this little ghost boy.
But that wasn't the only unwanted spirit on her terrifying tour.
It's very possible that it was multiple encounters because I didn't feel just one person at one time. I felt surrounded. so I was just terrified.
Just like years earlier, at the hand of another uninvited evil. Still, Shay remains open to the paranormal.
I think having a spiritual connection to the past is very important. I think it's just as important as history itself.
But not important enough for her ever to return to the Limp mansion.
I would never go back to that hotel. That one experience was enough for me.
But what if walking away from uninvited evil wasn't an option? What if the gorgeous guest house you just bought came with its very own unwanted ghost? Here in a town that dates back centuries, that cold reality is about to come crashing down on the new owner of this historic guest house.
I don't know if it was the location or, you know, it did have a good reputation already.
So for now, Nina Moore and her daughter bask in a dream come true.
Okay, you can open them now.
Is this house really all for us?
No, darling, it's mostly for our guests.
The guest house was just perfect. I knew my daughter would grow up in a beautiful house in a beautiful town, so it was just perfect.
Careful.
Well, not quite perfect. Nina is completely unaware of the haunted reputation of her new guest house.
When I brought it, I didn't know anything about it, really. I mean, it was obvious that it was an old house.
But very quickly, she discovers that this old house hides a dark, wicked secret. Something unwanted, ready to strike.
I'd say a few weeks into moving into the property, that's when I really started to notice things. I would hear things crash in the kitchen. And there's no reason for a noise to come from there.
I think in many paranormal encounters, it starts out small because the entity's trying to see if you notice them.
So yeah.
It made you feel uneasy. That's the only way I can explain it. You felt like you shouldn't be there.
They may simply be sizing her up. What's the best way for us to get to her? They're watching you, doing small little things to test you, and building up for a greater plan.
You felt it in your gut that there was something scary happening. I believe that paranormal existed. I don't think I necessarily looked for it. I was just so focused on my guest house, so that overtook any other thoughts.
But as she gets the house ready for future guests, that focus is disrupted by something sinister.
There were parts of the house that were heavy, and that's the only way I can describe it, really. The energy was heavy.
One glass of milk and then it's off to bed.
All of a sudden, the door was violently shaking. It was like someone was imprisoned and they were trying to get out, like desperately trying to get out. That scared the hell out of me.
In an old English guest house, new owner Nina Moore realizes that she may be at the mercy of an unseen, undesirable force.
I told myself the window must be open, and that's what is causing that to happen. Even though deep down I knew that it would never have made that shake like that.
When you are stressed, you're overworked, it can open pathways for unsavory entities to try to enter.
That really did make me feel uneasy, and it made me feel like I wasn't welcome in my own home.
What is it, Mummy?
Just a drafty old house, sweetheart.
When you walk into an old guest house that may have quite a lot of spirits, you're kind of going out of the frying pan and into the fire.
And as opening day approaches, the paranormal activity only increases.
The energy in the house definitely shifted. You could really feel the heaviness.
What's you drawing?
A rainbow.
A rainbow. Lovely.
One day, my daughter was painting in the kitchen. Suddenly, I could smell smoke.
Mummy, what's that smell?
It wasn't cigarette smoke, it's something burning. I quickly noticed smoke just bellowing out of the basement stairs. I panicked. So I ran down. It was thick smoke. I was petrified. There was a tea towel smouldering. I couldn't explain how this had happened. And it just puffed into a pile of ash. It was terrifying. Someone could have got hurt. If we're talking on extreme levels, someone could have got killed. I'm not in control here, you know. There is something else at play.
In the case of this towel burning, is this one big trap to bring you deeper into this game?
That's when I had to really face up to the fact that there is something here.
Nina could be in for a world of trouble. because she's in a vulnerable situation. This should be her sanctuary. It's her livelihood. This is where they should all feel safe, her and her guests.
Worn out by recent events, Nina asks a friend for help with some minor repairs.
What do you think about the shelf over here?
Great idea. Glass of wine?
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
I was always very conscious of trying to stay positive and happy. And I tried to drown out the negative energy, trying to constantly push light into the house.
What took you so long?
I promise this will be worth the wait.
Cheers. Cheers, thank you. That's lovely.
Yes, it's quite nice.
It exploded. It shattered into like a trillion pieces. You heard the electricity, and we were like, oh my gosh, what was that?
This is a dangerous entity. It can harm you, it can break things, it can burn. It can do whatever it wants to.
Are you okay? Have you cut yourself?
Clumsy, I guess.
All the activity was just layering up and up and up.
An evil spirit roaming the guest house, biding its time.
It was like whatever was responsible for this energy, I felt like it knew that I was weak. Like the house knew when you were exhausted, and it would get worse. There was one particular night, and I thought, right, I'll go and get the cleaning done. The energy, it was heavy, it was very thick, and I felt very consumed and trapped by the house. And the only way I can explain my feelings was that I was almost a prisoner in that house. I hear this banging. And it was so loud, I was petrified. And I heard a thud. And one of the paintings was on the floor. I knew that that picture couldn't just come off. I saw another painting actually lift off the wall. And then there was this very dark energy. The floor opened. I knew I needed to run, but I couldn't. I physically could not run. I felt so threatened. It really was one of the most terrifying moments I've ever experienced.
In an historic guest house in the English countryside, Nina Moore is brought to the breaking point by a series of paranormal attacks by an uninvited evil now ready to show its face.
I honestly couldn't tell you what it was. The only thing that I could tell you for sure was that it was something really bad. It felt like whatever it was, if it could, it would hurt you, it would harm you. I was so frightened. It was just pure terror. I have never ran so fast, I don't think ever.
But in this terrifying game of hide and seek, Nina has only one option. It's time to take back her life.
And I felt threatened, but I also felt angry, because I just thought, how dare you?
No! This is our house!
I think that feeling, that level of anger, it made me stand up to whatever it was.
This is our house!
She forces the unwanted spirit to retreat back into the shadows.
It was almost kept, you know, just beyond, as if there was some imaginary boundary and it couldn't get past that. I expected to feel a sense of freedom, of relief, but strangely, that heavy energy, I still feel it. And I'm not sure if I will ever be able to fully shake that off.
Nor does she ever learn who or what this uninvited evil was.
It felt like whatever it was wanted to cause you discomfort and just terror.
But how did this unwanted visitor get into the guest house in the first place? The answer may be in the walls.
There was a story that they were from a nearby prison. When they demolished it, and they took the bricks and used them to build the house.
If you disassemble that building and move those bricks to another location, that energy, that's still attached to those bricks.
I eventually moved out of the property and I sold it. And even though I'm not present in that building, I do feel that I still carry some of that energy with me even now. The whole experience of owning the guest house, it has changed me as a person. I know that sounds really dramatic, but that house took a lot of my innocence away, actually. And yeah, I will never forget the experiences I've had there.
For security guards working in a hotel, a big part of the job is to keep intruders out. But if you work at a haunted hotel, how do you fight off a dead, uninvited evil? In this upscale hotel in a major Canadian city, its new security manager, Mike Underwood, is about to make a terrifying detour through the world of the paranormal.
When I first got the job, I was really excited. It was my and my team's responsibility to ensure the health, safety, and security of the guests.
But according to some of his staff, the hotel has unregistered guests.
Oh, staff update meeting at 10.
Okay. Oh, did you hear about the sighting? I heard about the hotel being haunted, but I took it with a grain of salt. I didn't necessarily believe in the supernatural, but I believed that people believed it.
As much as Mike loves his new job, it's not without its challenges.
The job was rather stressful. We dealt with everything from domestic disputes to suicides. Anything a police officer would deal with, we dealt with ourselves as security personnel.
But nothing compared to what happens next.
I got a call from dispatch one night saying that a guest was complaining about a peeping Tom.
Copy.
Oh my God, thank God you're here. There's someone still out there.
She was scared, I could tell. She said in a very almost panicked state that there was a guy watching her across the courtyard.
He's making these really weird gestures to me.
I look across the courtyard, and sure enough, there is a man standing in the window, staring directly at me. You'd think that the guy would turn away if he saw security in the room. He didn't move. He was menacing.
He knows where to find me.
I counted up the rooms, and I figured out what room it was, and I just figured I'm gonna go talk to him face to face.
Yeah, go ahead.
I called dispatch to ask for the guest's name in that specific room where the figure was. Dispatch tells me there's nobody registered to that room. So that's definitely piqued my interest at this point.
It's gonna be okay. I'll take care of this.
Thank you.
But exactly how do you take care of an uninvited evil?
So now I've got a room with an unknown person in it.
Security!
So I knocked on the door heavily and announced security.
Hotel security!
No answer. The red light on the door comes on. The red light means that the deadbolt is engaged. Somebody's trying to lock me out of this room.
If you're going to sit in that room and creepily stare at people across the courtyard, you don't want to get caught.
My key card overrides the deadbolt. I opened the closets, I checked the bathroom, checked under the bed, didn't find anything. There's nobody in the room. The immediate feeling is, what is going on? What is happening? Where is this guy? There's absolute fear because I don't know what I'm dealing with currently.
In a Canadian hotel, security manager Mike Underwood tracks down what he believes to be a peeping Tom, only to discover that he's being toyed with by a dark, unwelcome entity.
At this point, I don't know what to think. And nothing. Couldn't find anybody.
I can imagine the type of shock that he must have experienced to say, wait a minute, not only did the guest report seeing somebody in this room, but I saw it myself with my own eyes, and now I have no explanation for the fact that no one is here.
Mike's logical mind takes over.
I was chalking everything up to human error or technical error.
Hey, this is Mike. Can you check something for me?
So I ran what we call a lock audit. It gives us the information as to when keys were used in the lock. And the lock audit readout told me that no key had entered the lock for 4 days. I'd convinced myself that I'd just got the wrong room.
But this uninvited evil isn't ready to check out anytime soon.
He's still here.
Sure enough, this figure is standing in the window across the court. He is just staring daggers at us. The second time I saw him, there was just more of an air of darkness around him. His body language was aggressive. He seemed much more menacing.
Why can't you just get rid of him?
I don't like leaving things undone, specifically when it comes to guests feeling unsafe. I quickly run down the hall. I felt like he could have been dangerous. This time, I don't even knock to announce myself. There's nobody in the room. That's when it started to get really creepy for me. I'm thinking, I don't know how to explain this. I don't know who that is or what it is. I was very vulnerable and very scared. I can see the young woman, and I wave at her, and she waves at me.
The woman is trying to let him know that it's standing right behind him. So here he is, completely unaware that whatever this being, this entity is, breathing down his neck, and he doesn't even know it.
I went back to her a third time.
He was just in the room with you.
I'm sorry, what? She said he was standing in the window, and about 2 or 3 seconds before I appeared, he took a step to the right.
Look, can you just see him? He's right there!
I look across the courtyard, and the guy is standing right in the window staring at me. That's when my heart started to race. My blood ran cold, and I just thought, what am I gonna do? It was absolutely scary to realize that this thing was in the room and I couldn't see it. I couldn't perceive it.
When you are a non-believer, it is hugely a logical fallacy to realize, I just saw somebody here and now they're gone. There's no explanation for that, and it can drive someone crazy.
I've made arrangements to get you another room.
The only conclusion I could come to was that this was not a person. This was not a flesh and blood living being. Is that a disembodied soul from the pits of hell? That's hard to say. It's made me wonder about the afterlife. I think there's too many experiences in the world that people have had that don't fit in with the scientific paradigm as we know it right now. You're either a believer or you're not a believer. And I was not a believer, but after that incident, I definitely believe more.
Millions check into hotels each year. Some check into another dimension.
It proved that the B&B was haunted.
I remember just saying, oh God, please help me, please help me, please help me.
It's something that's been dead a long time.
When the experiences of thousands are contained within a single building, the laws of space and time are changed. Past invades the present, and fears turn to reality. Some live their lives believing that the paranormal world can be explained away, rationally through science. But once faced with the cold and terrifying reality of a true haunting, they become scared beyond belief. And here, in what some say is one of the most haunted hotels in America, that's exactly what's about to happen to Steve Skinner and his daughter.
Dad, this place will make you a believer. I promise.
My daughter was very convinced that the paranormal is real.
But Steve, not so much.
Oh, I can't wait.
You'll see.
The mission was really to just prove to my daughter that ghosts were not real. She was pretty confident that she would be right and I would be wrong.
I hope we make it out alive.
After all, Steve is a man of science.
I'm a practicing dermatologist, and paranormal just really didn't fit into that world.
Feel any creepy vibes in here?
I don't know.
There's very few things that she enjoyed more than proving me wrong. So she was convinced something was going to happen that night. I thought we'd make a quick trip, prove her wrong, shut her up, and I could get back to normal.
So, are you ready?
I'm ready.
There are some who are extremely skeptical. They want to see hard, concrete evidence before they're going to believe.
Okay.
I brought the video camera, which had the night vision capacity.
Okay. That is going to record all night.
And an audio recorder. My expectations for the next morning is we would look at the video footage and there would be absolutely nothing on it.
Okay, let's catch a ghost.
All right, let's do it.
Okay.
But even the greatest skeptic is sometimes forced to face the music.
Not too long after I fell asleep, I was woken up with something that sounded like chains jingling. My first thought was, I must have dreamt that. That couldn't have happened.
The sound of rattling chains is something that is reported in paranormal experiences because it's something that people associate with ghosts. So whatever is there is playing a game with you.
And there was nothing there. There wasn't any logical reason, so I thought it had to all be in my head, that maybe I'd gotten more worked up than I realized. My daughter over in the next bed was still asleep. I couldn't make any sense of it, but went back to sleep.
There are some people who just seem resistant to paranormal activity. But clearly, what hauntings have shown us is that there is this very bizarre in-between area where the dead and the living can collide.
And with morning come unanswered questions.
I asked my daughter if she had heard the chains like I did.
So you didn't hear any chains last night?
Nope.
Really?
Nothing at all.
Slept through the night, didn't hear a thing.
What does that say?
I started the tapes and we started listening to things. we heard this deep guttural growl, and I can only describe it like, "Roar!"
In the paranormal field, a lot of times a growl precipitates a very dark entity, sometimes even demonic activity.
The growling sound we heard, that felt threatening.
But what Steve sees next scares him beyond belief.
What is that?
The most shocking thing that I saw on our video was in the corner of the frame, you see what, and I sound crazy saying it, but you see what looks like a little black skeleton finger touch my foot. This is impossible. It's making no sense. My mind's running, and I can't even process it. It really looked like a decomposed finger, something that had been dead a long time.
At what many believe to be one of America's most haunted hotels, Dr. Steve Skinner's disbelief in the paranormal is shattered when he's confronted by a terror that simply can't be explained.
That's not possible, that can't happen, but yet, there it was. I couldn't get a word out. We rewatched that probably 20 times, and each time my mind is just, it's like, that's not possible. It was giving us a sign that your stay's over, you need to leave.
Dad, I don't like this.
My thoughts were, this is impossible. There's no way that I wouldn't have heard that. I'm a very light sleeper. It's making no sense. It drove me crazy because I was at loss to try to explain this.
Okay, joke's over. Come out, come out. Come on.
Steve considers that the hotel may have set up an elaborate hoax to scare him half to death, which it has.
I don't know what's going on.
A haunted hotel seems like a really good gimmick. So it's natural for him to speculate that it could be something that the owners are putting on as a show in order to get people back into the doors.
But for his daughter, it's all too much.
My daughter's response was, we burn everything, we never talk about this again, this never happened, I'm done. My mind's running and I can't even process it. It's just, it totally blew me away.
Those non-believers, when they do have those experiences, it's a transformative moment. And it completely changes them. It exposes them to a whole new realm of reality.
That changed my paradigm forever. Part of me wanted to prove that I really was still right and that was an aberration, and part of me wanted to say, no, I've been wrong and I want to learn all that I can as fast as I can.
In 2018, after his shift in belief drives Steve to further explore the paranormal, he decides to buy his very own haunted hotel with his wife, Judy.
Steve had done a search for haunted houses for sale, and the Haunted Castle House B&B came up, and it seemed like the perfect fit.
My goal was to use that like a laboratory, if you will, that I knew the results were not tampered with in any way. That way, I knew nothing was faked. If something happened, it was real.
But before buying the B&B, he decides to take it for a test drive.
We got to the house that night, and really this was going to be the test. Is this haunted enough for us to believe it?
Because if nothing happened, then that would defeat the purpose of purchasing the place. I personally felt a little uneasy about buying a haunted B&B. So that first night, I was in the bedroom and Steve was downstairs. I heard footsteps outside the bedroom door coming down the hallway. I thought it might be Steve coming in, but no one ever came in. I never heard the footsteps go back the other direction.
Steve?
I heard something like a metal ball rolling down the hallway. There was nothing there. So that terrified me. A million questions run through my mind. I can't comprehend how this could be happening.
Oh my God.
Did you call me? What's wrong?
When he told me he was downstairs and that it wasn't him, I got a little more nervous and scared. It couldn't have been anyone else because we were the only two people in the house. It had to be something paranormal. It proved that the B&B had the potential to be haunted.
We considered this a successful test drive, so we decided to buy the place.
With their newfound belief in the paranormal, the Skinners get to work, getting their place shipshape for future guests.
We brought in several pieces of furniture, did some rearranging, just little things like that.
Did you hear that?
I heard what sounded like a piano key being played.
You didn't hear that?
No, I heard nothing.
It just sounded like one single piano note being played.
I don't hear certain sounds or frequencies too well. I didn't hear it.
It just did it again.
What?
It's like a piano playing.
It didn't sound anything like our piano because it's terribly out of tune.
Fortunately, I had a recorder running, and we went back and listened to it. It clearly sounded like a piano note. The second I heard it, I was extremely excited for a second or two, and then my mind stopped and said, wait, is that really a good thing? We really felt like there was some conscious energy there that was trying to get our attention. This wasn't the end of our experiences. This was just the beginning.
The worst was yet to come.
As the new owners are about to find out, when it comes to the paranormal, fear is a bottomless pit.
It was maybe 12:30, we're in bed, and I drifted off very quickly.
We were awoken with a really loud banging noise. It was super loud and just incredibly terrifying.
That would take a lot of energy to make that kind of sound. I sat straight up, heart racing. It scared the hell out of me.
In a small town near America's Ozark Mountains, former skeptic Steve Skinner and his wife Judy have bought a haunted B&B to further explore his new belief in the paranormal. But now, he's scared. Beyond belief.
My heart's racing, my mind's going 90 to nothing.
Go check it out.
I've never encountered a situation quite like this where I really thought someone was in my house.
Steve, reached and got his gun.
I don't know who's here, how many are here. It's incredibly frightening.
His thought was someone had broken in. And my thought was it had to be something paranormal.
Something disturbed by their very presence.
It would be impossible for someone to come in the house without setting off the alarm.
I checked the entire house. Then I realized our doors are still locked, our alarm's still on.
No windows were broken. No one was in the house.
And then it really hits me. These sounds that I heard, I have no way to explain them. They had to be paranormal. That was absolutely terrifying.
And their terror is just beginning.
At 3:30, I got woken up again. I heard a voice behind my right ear go, that froze me to my core. There's a more aggressive side to all this, and I wonder, is there any real danger to it? This is haunting at a whole nother level now.
But determined to prove to other skeptics that ghosts exist, Steve decides to gather hard evidence.
We set up motion detectors in the bedrooms, full spectrum cameras, infrared cameras, EVP recorders, a variety of different things.
And the results are frightful. This is the actual footage that the Skinners captured over a period of weeks at their B&B.
We have a security camera in one of the bedrooms. It went off and the closet door was moving back and forth several times a day for about a week and a half. On the video, it's very clear, and there's nobody home, no air conditioning's on, no ceiling fans are on, no reason for any movement in that room.
And yet what they see next is shocking.
If the security camera goes off again, and it shows an orb coming from the hallway, just slowly, very brightly pulsating. I don't put much stock in orbs. I think most are just dust. This one got my attention. It set off our motion detector.
Getting your attention is one thing.
Is there anybody in here?
What you really have to worry about is, what are they after?
We had a video camera running in a room that we have a lot of dolls. One day, we heard a sound. It sounds like an older person screaming, "Get out now," or "Get out of my house."
The words may be muddled, but the message is crystal clear.
That was pretty terrifying. Whoever that was did not want us there.
I'm starting to think, well, I've clearly accepted the paranormal, but maybe the paranormal hasn't accepted me.
you have a voice telling you to get out and referring to the location as my house, now you're in a battle of wills.
We really did consider the idea of leaving, but we didn't. For Steve, he's more intrigued. He still wants to figure out what it is.
But before they get a chance to solve that mystery, the spirit world reaches out to Judy in a most horrifying way.
One afternoon, I was walking through the kitchen, and I stopped and was looking in a mirror next to the front door. I thought I saw what looked like a lady. I turned around really quick and I didn't see anything. I thought maybe my eyes were just playing a trick on me. I was a little nervous, but I tried to explain it away. I went to check on Steve.
I got your sandwich.
Oh, thank you. Thanks.
He asked for a water, so I went back to get him a water. There was an energy in the room as I was walking through. I could feel it all around me. I just felt like a heavy feeling. I saw the head of like an old lady. I was feeling terrified. I was trapped with something from beyond the grave.
In a haunted B&B in the Ozarks, newly converted paranormal believer Steve Skinner and his wife Judy try to understand why spirits want to drive them out in the most terrifying way.
That was really scary. She was trying to scare me into leaving. That just freaked me out. I ran as fast as I could and told Steve.
When she told me this, she was terrified. She was really rattled.
Okay, show me.
Come.
She was really shaken.
It's no longer just a matter of the spirits trying to get your attention. Now they're looking at it as they want you out of their space.
So it all started there. And then boom, right there.
Judy said the lady really looked angry. You know, clearly she wanted us out.
And now all Steve wants is to make peace.
I would like to be able to communicate with whatever spirit may be there to reassure them that we're trying to restore the house.
But is that what the entity wants?
Can you please say my name? Right on cue, you hear it say, Steve. It's slow and drawn out, totally different than any sounds I'd heard. Can you please say my name? There's something I can't see that answers on cue and knows my name. Have I gone too far? Is this time to call it quits? Or is there a door open now where we can have more open communication?
Steve can only hope that in time his newfound faith in the paranormal will be enough to win over the cautious spirits.
Looking back, I'm embarrassed and ashamed that I was that close-minded on things I really hadn't looked into, really didn't know anything about.
When he looks into why the B&B might harbor so many ghosts, he makes a remarkable discovery.
We hired a gentleman to come out and do ground-penetrating radar over the whole property. The main thing he discovered is that it looks like there's a mass grave back there.
Steve hopes that his haunted B&B will help convince others who are curious about the paranormal.
This quest started to prove to my daughter that there was no such thing as ghosts. And then the way that it turned out, it totally shifted my mindset on so many things. It rocked my world. It really changed me in a way that I'll never go back to who I was.
Is there anybody in here? All of these experiences opened my eyes to a whole new world that I didn't realize was there. There can be things happening all around you that you're completely unaware of.
It's one thing to embrace the paranormal once you're scared into accepting it. But what if a terrifying ghostly encounter makes you want to run? But it then just follows you home. And that's about to happen in a haunted hotel in America's Deep South.
This is basically the nerve center. This is where you'll greet guests, check them in.
Where its latest employee, Leslie White, is about to be scared beyond belief.
I was working to obtain my degree in hospitality, and the local paper said that the hotel was hiring for front desk. So I applied and got hired on the spot.
Take a look at this.
But what the job listing leaves out is the hotel's haunted reputation.
In some more detail later.
Not that Leslie would have cared.
I was pretty skeptical. I'm like Fox Mulder from the X-Files, I want to believe.
We can go over it later when we have a little.
But I think things can very easily be explained away, scientifically or logically.
I'll leave you to it. How are you?
I thought I was gonna have a great time working at the hotel, but it did not work out that way.
Once fully trained, Leslie is put on the night shift.
I would come in about 10:45. I would get any communications from the second shift and check my arrivals for the evening.
Have a great night.
At midnight, I would go lock the main entrance and check the lobby and just make sure nobody was hanging out. It was pretty rare that anybody would come down late at night, so I kind of had a lot of free time.
And alone, in the dead of night, Leslie is a perfect target for a wandering spirit.
So I remember that night being more quiet than normal. I just remember it being an eerie quiet. I all of a sudden just felt like someone breathing on me. My first thought was, okay, is there someone like messing with me or trying to get my attention or something? But I turned and looked into this lobby. There was nothing there. I wanted to find some kind of logical explanation to it. Like, oh, I've been staring at the computer screen too long.
But there's nothing logical about something rising from the dead.
Hotels are the perfect place for hauntings to take place because not only are people coming through and leaving all of their energies, but you've also got tragedy that happens in these places. And when these tragic events occur, they're going to leave a mark on those locations as well.
All of a sudden just felt this cold chill shoot up my spine. I just immediately felt like somebody was standing behind me. My heart immediately started racing at that point. My first thought was that somebody had gotten into the lobby that should not be there. Somebody was either trying to rob me or worse. I was instantly terrified. I remember feeling, don't turn around. You don't want to see this. "20 feet in front of me, I see a large black mass. It was floating 3 feet above the ground. It was transparent.
When you have something like a black cloud floating through a location, you might have something that is attempting to manifest.
I remember just saying, "Oh God, please help me, please help me. I don't know what this is. Make it go away." I was terrified.
In a haunted Mississippi hotel, new employee Leslie White, lifelong paranormal skeptic, has been terrified into accepting the unbelievable.
I didn't know if that entity was going to come at me. And I felt like it was definitely staring back at me.
When you see a black cloud, that is usually a very bad thing. This is not a happy spirit, it's a threat.
A raging spirit, not quite ready to strike.
And then it just sort of dissipated or dissolved. It just sort of faded away. I remember sitting there just for the longest time, I think processing what had happened. And it's just, you don't know what to believe at that point.
Despite any hard evidence, Leslie finds it difficult to flat out dismiss the paranormal.
I definitely feel like I was shifting in my beliefs, because now I'm starting to have experiences that I can't explain away. I didn't tell anybody because I didn't want to lose my job, and I didn't want the manager to think I was crazy. So I just kept it to myself.
But in a surprise twist, it's her manager that brings it up.
Leslie, have you had any weird experiences on the night shift? Tell me.
And so I told her about seeing the apparition between the front entrance and the front desk.
What did you see?
There was like this dark shadow. It was hovering over there.
And she kind of looked at me and turned like 3 shades of white.
You don't know what happened here, do you?
So apparently, a gentleman had been staying at the hotel long term. He would go out every morning and jog, and then come back through the lobby and have breakfast. Well, one morning in particular, he came in after his jog and collapsed right there in the lobby and died of a massive heart attack.
When somebody dies suddenly, their spirit may be at a state of unrest because they just weren't ready for it to happen. So it's not uncommon that it will imprint itself on the location and will remain behind.
I couldn't help but feel that it was somehow connected to that incident. And the manager definitely felt like it was somehow connected. That experience definitely shook me. thinking about having to go back and work the night shift. Like, is it gonna attack me at night?
If you think about the dark energy having the power to take a human life, that means Leslie herself could be in trouble.
A few weeks later, having been scared into accepting the paranormal, Leslie only hopes the worst is behind her.
I was at the computer terminal, making sure I had rooms available, and the manager, she'd probably been working there a few minutes, and all of a sudden, I noticed the air pressure in the room begin to change. I felt my ears popping. Sound just didn't sound normal.
Oftentimes, if a portal is opening up, there will be environmental changes around the living people. And it's happening within a vortex of the rest of reality around it.
I remember feeling my skin crawling and my heart racing, like I was waiting for something to happen.
It's almost like she's traveling into the dimension in which the ghost exists.
I remember feeling a puff of air in my face, like colder than anyone's breath should be. It definitely felt like it was escalating at this point.
As her fear grows, so does the danger.
There is a series of lights, and they just seem to burst really violently. It looks like sparks in the shape of a person.
A dark, menacing figure that her manager can't see.
It was just as if nothing was going on.
As spirits manifest, they are utilizing the electromagnetic field around us. And I would be really, really concerned about the level of power that this spirit has and what it could do to both Leslie and her boss.
Sensing it's being watched, the creature shifts its attention to Leslie.
I started feeling an electrical current. It started in my fingertips and kind of worked its way up my arm. It felt like somebody was trying to invade my body. It definitely felt like an attack. I was being electrocuted. It was terrifying.
Suddenly, it lets go.
I remember getting feeling back in my body.
But when you're scared beyond belief, you don't get off that easily.
Whatever was happening in that hotel was seeking me out.
It could also be that this entity has been around for a very long time, and it's learned from that, so it knows how to target people and frighten them.
And a few days later, the ancient entity hatches a devious plan to terrorize Leslie.
I had a gentleman come in to the hotel. He had just lost his mother and was in town for the funeral.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
So I just kind of talked to him.
I really do.
Because you could tell he was obviously very bereft and grieving. He seemed like he just really wanted to talk to somebody about her. And so kind of told me several stories about growing up with her and what kind of person she was.
Heading home that night, Leslie has no idea of the horror waiting for her.
I was pretty tired that night. I got in bed right away.
Just because you now believe in ghosts doesn't mean it will save you.
It definitely always put me on edge if I heard a noise. Just felt like something was off. My first thought was, oh God, is someone in my apartment? After listening for a couple of minutes, I just kind of decided, like, okay, so everything seems fine. I'm just gonna go back to sleep now. So I had started drifting back to sleep. I felt something was grabbing me. I feel like something from the hotel had followed me home.
In a haunted hotel in America's Deep South, new employee Leslie White has been scared into accepting the paranormal world, especially after she's followed home by what she believes is a dark entity with violence on its mind.
I remember just being so terrified, thinking that I'm gonna have to fight my way out of this apartment.
When spirit energy is strong enough, it's possible that it can actually attach itself to you. And it seems like in this case, Leslie actually took it back with her to her home.
My first instinct was throwing punches and seeing if it landed. I knew in that moment I didn't connect with a person. It was just gone. There was nothing there. I remember stepping away from the bed and just kind of being like, what the hell? When somebody that's not supposed to be in your space is there, it's scary as hell.
The amount of energy that they need to physically manifest is so powerful that a lot of times what happens is you get this big burst of energy, but it usually dissipates just as quickly as it started.
I did climb back into bed eventually. I feel the pressure on the mattress and the springs compress. And I all of a sudden just felt this very comforting, nice atmosphere.
The type of the haunted experience directly relates to the message that spirit is trying to get across. They're trying to establish who they are as part of their message.
And I feel an arm go over me and kind of give me like a squeeze, like a hug. It didn't feel malicious. Just felt like an embrace. It was very comforting, so I kind of started calming down.
It is possible that the spirit that has come to her is the mother of the man from the hotel.
I feel like it may have been his mom, in a way, just kind of saying thank you for comforting him, allowing him to share some happy memories about his mother with me.
Possibly helping Leslie by warding off the nasty spirit from the hotel.
So in a way, it's almost like a bit of a karmic retribution for the kindness that Leslie showed being paid back to her in a paranormal way.
How are you?
When I started my job, I was horribly skeptical. Now, after all that happened, I definitely have more of an open mind to the paranormal. So many people are coming through a hotel on a daily basis. And I think people bring entities or attachments with them. And sometimes it stays behind.
So if at some point in the future you're offered a job at a haunted hotel, or one comes up for sale, you might want to give it a pass.